for you and will present the main points of our study through these slides. Well, we will then continue without the PowerPoint. That's fine. Oh, now you can see it. Yeah, so it is on the screen. So let's go one slide backwards on the slideshow, please. So when think of south of Finland and the Archipelago Sea, we'll first explain the point of study in general. And the very first point here, which is that we're going to remove the Archipelago Sea as one of the polluters of hotspot list by 2027 of the HELCOM list. By this we mean in 2021, in April, in the state budget, there was a discussion on the budget, and the government decided that as for the protection of the Archipelago Sea, there will be a separate program established in order to enhance the sea quality, the water quality, and to promote the sea, so that this Archipelago Sea will not be anymore on the Baltic Sea Protection Commission's list of worst polluters by 2027, so from the hotspot list. One of the main objectives of our study was to establish whether the implementation of such objective is possible or not. We also mention the regional strategy by the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. We noticed that this is an integral part of the strategy, and we therefore took this into account in our study. And also the impact of the Archipelago Sea on the protection of the Baltic Sea is very important. Our core question is whether the municipalities of Southwest Finland see the protection of Archipelago Sea as a strategic question or not. In order to get the answer to this, we wanted to do a follow-up and establish the preparatory work in decision-making processes in the administration, the municipalities concerning the Archipelago Sea. The objective for us was to give a holistic picture of the processes in place and how these processes vary between the different municipalities of the area. As for the timeline, the timing was 2021, post-municipal election strategy period. As with the new strategy period, we wanted to see how the different municipalities gave updates and made updates to their strategies. And we also highlight now the main piece of legislation related to municipal strategies, because it is a strategy adopted by the Municipal Council, and the core decision-making, planning and development stems from the strategy. And according to Municipal Act, Article 37, a municipality must have a municipal strategy, and the Council will then see and decide on the long-term objectives and operations and economy as well. And they should be verified once during the term of the Council. Why did we want to highlight this article of the Municipal Act? That is because we can deduct from this that it is still in the municipal strategies where there are certain themes that prevail in the municipalities. But the next core question to us was the Archipelago Sea taken into account in the updated versions of the municipal strategies? We saw that there was a positive attitude in principle in the decision-making processes towards the Archipelago Sea, but from the wide perspective, there was not the link of the Archipelago Sea as for scientific base and other questions. We have municipalities that are related to the sea, exactly like Turku and Naantali, Uusi Kaupunki as well, and smaller municipalities in the Archipelago Sea area as well are related to the sea and get their livelihood from it. As said, we launched this in autumn 2021, and we finished the study throughout this summer, 2022. The outcome of the study is that there's a lot of variation between the municipalities as for their strategies, and also the activity levels vary per municipality. There was great variation even. And I will continue more in detail. And also one sort of a key word is hotspot status. So what do we mean by hotspot status here? So hotspot area is defined as an area where there is below average quality of water. There could be a lot of domestic animals, if we think of cultivated areas, or some defects in the action to protect water. And also vulnerability was mentioned as one part of the reasons why you were enlisted on the hotspot status. In 1992, that was the timing when the list was created on the biggest nutrient loaders of Finland. There used to be more than them, but for the archipelago sea area, it was agriculture and scattered loading that still remains on the hotspot list. HELCOM has created a set of criteria, and one has to prove that the criteria is met before the name is removed from the list. And this also related to the governmental program on protection of the archipelago sea. The objective was to decrease the nutrients ending up to the sea by 2027. And in the light of this, we evaluated the municipalities of southwest Finland. The active role of the municipalities was to ask a key role in order to see whether there is a real impact in real life, not just in projects, or the agriculture is committed to this. So we wanted to see the municipal strategies, their status, and how municipalities themselves consider this question of protection of the archipelago sea. And as I said, we highlighted the strategy, but we gave for all the municipalities, when we conducted study, the possibility to voice out and explain their other projects and collaboration they have and have been doing in order to protect the archipelago sea. So the strategy was not the only thing that we established in our report. One big observation was about the catchment areas and livelihood or businesses, and how and where the pollution starts and ends up, what is the source for pollution. And this in the regions was one major factor to see the catchment areas and the links to the whole greater southwest area, because the whole southwest area is a catchment area more or less. So it is not only about the archipelago municipalities that we're talking about. As other businesses, we think of housing during the summertime, primary production, the share of it, and if we assess the nutrient loading of the municipalities. And in particular, in the archipelago area, these municipalities have a lot of residents during the summertime, and of course tourism, fish farming play a major role. But at the same time, think of pollution, and the pollution also comes through rivers and ditches and farming lands from the inland municipalities. Therefore, we cover in our study the whole of southwest Finland. Then furthermore, a few words about the results. As a general outcome, we can state that the protection of the archipelago sea is not yet seen in the municipality of southwest Finland as a strategic question, even though in principle they are positive about protection of archipelago sea and there are measures for it. Majority of the municipalities still, out of these 27, have not taken this into account in their strategy. And all in all, in 5 municipalities out of the 27 municipalities in the south of Finland, one could see protection of archipelago sea in the municipal strategy. Of course, we have to note that when we were carrying out our study, all the municipalities did not have a ready-made strategy. They were still, it was a work in progress for some of the municipalities. And as you read our study, you will see that for all the municipalities, we have highlighted there things that we saw. So we questioned the decision makers, we asked for their actions. So we have highlighted in the study all the actions the municipalities have more in detail. But one can deduct from this that greater municipalities in size are more active than smaller communities or municipalities, because smaller municipalities have scarce resources or different resources. And then inland municipalities, there's a difference compared to archipelago municipalities. And the outcome was, and conclusion was, that if the community lies in the archipelago area, it's easy for them to see the link between the archipelago sea and these points compared to inland municipalities. And perhaps some highlights of individual municipalities, Turku, Naantali and Paimio municipalities. In Turku, of course, Turku being the biggest city, and therefore it is extensively taking into account the protection of Archipelago Sea in the municipal strategy and also in the mayor program. The protection of Archipelago Sea has been in the top 3 SPEAR projects. Also, Naantali has taken into account, because it's by the seaside, they have taken into account different points in the strategies and in projects as well. We also wanted to highlight from the smaller municipalities, the municipality of Paimio. For instance, their strategy shows well how in an inland municipality one can take into account the catchment area questions and protection of the archipelago sea. So all in all, even though the municipalities are not alone in solving all the issues, we see that the municipalities have the possibility to be involved in the protection of the archipelago sea. So this was briefly the main points and outcomes of our study and our presentation.
Kiitos. Thank you. Thank you, Ella and Charlotte. I would now like to invite Kari Häkämies, our regional area leader, chairman of the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. We have quite imbalance of power when we have students and Mr. Kari Häkämies on stage, because he truly represents the most experienced administrator culture, because he has acted both as the mayor in a small city, he has acted as a minister in a government, and as a parliament member, and in many other roles. So distinguished chairman of the Regional Council of Southwest Finland, welcome. Thank you for the invitation to this event. And thank you for the students of political history and political science, and also thank you to Professor Blum, who has, as I've understood, directed this study. The result of this study was to be expected. I was not involved in any way, but I was aware of this study being conducted already early on. And as I know the municipal field, I wasn't surprised by the result. The Regional Council of Southwest Finland is owned by the municipalities. It is a cooperative of the municipalities, and all municipalities must be member of the council. In these results, we must keep in mind also what was presented here is that these municipalities are of very different sizes. They have different resources at hand to things like this. In the city of Turku, we have 200,000 residents and tens and hundreds of administrators, officers who can conduct this type of work. And Kustavi, our smallest municipality, has less than 1,000 residents. I have been as a mayor, as a director of places of different sizes, 10,000, 5,000 residents and so on. And the central administration in some of these smaller municipalities is consistent of 2 people, the mayor and the financial manager. So that means that you don't produce a new strategy review every 6 months. That is truly then a resource question. This entity, I'm a lawyer by education, an attorney, and I sometimes look at things from that perspective as well as I look at things as legal questions. In this study, it wasn't said directly, but it does reveal this perplexing truth that legally the responsibility in this matter doesn't belong to anyone. There is no legislation governing the responsibility, which doesn't mean that we don't have administrative staff who isn't responsible, but the responsibility doesn't lie with any one authority. We can give tasks for the municipalities by legislation, and then the municipalities have general tasks and responsibilities. So this does belong to the municipality, but this also belongs to the responsible ministry and many other local and regional actors and authorities. But what I would like to see is that we would have clearer responsibilities in these types of topics. We talk about these topics in the public eye very loudly sometimes, and then we carry out a study in a smaller region. It shows and reveals big gaps in the responsibility chain. Protection of water and the protection of the archipelago sea also faces the challenges that the municipalities and the agricultural sector are central actors, and both of these actors are in a cost crisis at the moment. When the municipalities consider different actions, they first have to fulfill those actions and steps that are legally binding for them, that they must carry out. And the rest is then considered afterwards. And what comes to the agriculture, our previous agricultural ministry said that the Finnish farmer would be green if their bank account wasn't in the red. And what has happened in just the last 6 months only adds to the challenges in this respect. Personally, I don't believe that if the agriculture will not receive an economical financial incentive to act on the behalf of the archipelago sea, not very much will happen. In the Regional Council of Southwest Finland that pays my salary, and our other member sitting here in the audience who started some of these actions, in the new Regional Council strategy, and this is also in our goals in our negotiations next spring with the government. We have the 1-hour train and Turku Medicine Center and the Archipelago Sea, one of our top 3 topics. And how this is connected to the municipal strategies, that is then a more challenging topic. The smaller the municipality, the harder it is to make this a reality. Your study shows that Turku and Naantali have done well. Then we have municipalities like Paimio, which you mentioned. When they rent out fields for cultivation, they set certain conditions on that, and that is great. But there are clear deficiencies for key archipelago municipalities. They may do things, but they don't really see that it's part of saving the archipelago sea. My summary on this is that when I once again thank you for your study, and I don't deny that your observations are correct, and if I should have guessed beforehand how the results are going to look like, and of course I alone, due to my position, I should know all the municipal strategies in this region by heart. I would hope that this would wake up, in this case, the municipalities, even though they're not legally obligated to do so. This topic needs to be visible in the municipal strategies, and there may be wonderful things in the strategy and nothing in practice. This study also shows that this is not just something for the archipelago municipalities. Due to the catchment area, this needs to be a wake-up call for the inland municipalities as well. Lauri, a new municipal director in a small municipality, he said that this is not really found to be such an important topic in the inland communities and municipalities, but there is a catchment area, and that makes it the business of every municipality in this region. So I want to thank you all that for your part you have presented and reviewed extremely important matters, and the guilty person will not deny in this case. Thank you. Would you like to sit down here? A few short comments and then we will open the discussion on the topic. This is a good example of how in the University of Turku and in other universities we pay attention to the new University Act that is now 12 years old, how that is being taken into account, how we all have a societal impact in all studies and research. We pay attention to the societal impact, and the journey that these students have started with this exercise includes also a dialogue, a discussion. And the purpose of this paper is to raise discussion. And in that sense, hopefully it will serve its purpose. If the students want to comment on what our regional director has just said, you may do so, and after that you can ask for the floor. Anyone in the audience who would like to go first?
Siellä on Kari Veijonen.
Kari Veijonen has asked for the floor. Thank you so much. It's wonderful that in the University of Turku, apparently out of the initiative of Anders Blom, you have carried out this study. And it's wonderful that it's also being published in this manner. I represent a cooperative called Unique Archipelago Sea. We have been active for about 3.5 years, and we have been concerned about the state of the Archipelago Sea, but also its visibility and appreciation. It has been surprising to see how weekly one in the region of southwest Finland and then of course in the whole Finland, we are aware of having here a totally exceptional area in the world, on the world scale. It is the largest archipelago in the world. Stockholm archipelago is second biggest. This is also a biosphere area of UNESCO, and nobody knows this. It's been that for a long time already. So, of course, one of our tasks has been to raise awareness to these things and also pay more and more attention to increasing awareness of every person and bring information to the top decision makers, ministries and ministers and party leaders. We have a national treasure that is not doing well. All researchers agree on this. This area has been neglected at the same time as there has been a positive development going on in the last 10 to 15 years in the whole of Baltic Sea. Finns are happy to think that the emissions and pollution from Russia has been eliminated, and the state of the Bay of Finland has improved. But the state in the archipelago sea is serious because it has truly been neglected in these different actions and steps. And now this is the business of all decision makers, municipalities, and every citizen. But wonderful to hear about this new study. Thank you. Who would like to continue next? Do our students have anything to comment? On behalf of the students, first of all, nice to hear from the regional director and from other important persons that we all agree that we do have a problem, and we try to highlight how important it is to bring this topic into the public sphere, into the discussion. We agreed from the very start that, of course, the results were not going to be a huge surprise to any of us, but we really felt it's important to bring this into the public eye. I will use the binoculars here as a comparison. People see through the binoculars in different ways because their eyesight is different. When we look to the other side of the river, we see it because we know it's there. But if we want to see who's walking along the banks on the other side of the river, we have to have a clearer vision. And this is exactly what we did in this study. In the end, making information more precise, more clear, even though this is not 100% clear yet, provided us with a clearer view on the topic. One of my tasks in the University of Turku is to see how economical factors impact political decisions. I'm usually focus on the power of unions, labor unions, but here we have a phenomenon where livelihoods, sectors, without giving the blame to any one of those, have an impact on the lives and tax-paying ability of the municipalities and to each citizen's life in different municipalities. And there's always a development in the background why things are done in a particular way in a particular municipality. And this study really highlights how this geopolitical position of the municipality is something that not even the citizens, the residents of that municipality are truly aware of. In the larger municipalities, this awareness is higher, on a higher level, and in smaller ones it is on a lower level. And this is apparent in the catchment area topic. It's not a sin to be located inland, but it's good to be aware of the fact that all the pollution and nutrients arrive to the sea through different particular routes. It was also news to me how these different rivers and waters flow to the different spots and areas in the archipelago sea, if we consider the area starting in north in Pori and moving downwards and then east. Very well. Further comments or questions?
Jaakko Ruola.
See Jaakko Ruola there, also from the very unique area, the Archipelago Sea area. Thank you on my behalf for your good work that you have been conducting and highlighting this question. I would like to talk about what Kari Häkämies said earlier. You talked about green activities and red wallet, didn't you? So the municipalities indeed and farmers perhaps could take a moment to reflect on this. What is the reason behind it? Why their wallet is red, so to say, in the red? And Kalle Vänen, who has been doing a great job as person to establish some studies as well, he also has a plan, and he uses these words. The Archipelago Sea and southwest Finland form together an ecological area. and they have the faith their destiny is to be together. And if we continue as we have been doing so far, there will be a circle that will be implementing itself. And it means that the Southwest Finland and the Archipelago Sea are not doing well. But if and when the big picture that Carl Werner is now proposing to us will be implemented, then this circle and cycle will be reversed. And it means that there will be positive cycle. There will be non-pollution, purification of the Archipelago Sea. If ever the municipalities think things correctly, they will be having green wallets as well. So therefore, please think again of the big picture and think, if you don't make any changes, what will that mean to us? What will it also mean when the change take place? And we've seen that there has been great work carried out, and I recommend to all of you to read that paper. It's on the website. There's a so-called blue book on this matter. It is a plan for the future for the Southwest Finland and for its farmers and Archipelago Sea and businesses. So please get to know that publication. Thank you very much. Any further comments, please? Thank you for that. Thank you, Jaakko, for that. And I have nothing to add to that. But perhaps sometimes of the people who are the very experts of their areas and regions are sometimes confused by the fact that in politics, such an entity which seems for you a self-evident thing or something that makes sense and has no negative sides to it, still in political decision-making it's not making any progress. But that is life in politics. And as for the Archipelago Sea, unfortunately, I have to remember here and now as well that quite often the political decision-makers do feel that Archipelago Sea is the problem related to Southwest Finland only. But it is a fact that this is an issue for the whole country. And the Regional Council of Southwest Finland and other partners too cooperate in order to see the future government and its plans. But I've been working in 40 years in politics. It's not an everyday and easy job to do. Thank you. I see a question from the audience. Please present yourself. Thank you. I represent municipal sector, which has been interviewed. My name is Olli-Pekka from the city of Turku, head of Environmental Protection Unit. And the report, I think my name was mentioned in the list of those persons who were interviewed. So therefore I would like to give my comment for the city of Turku and also some general points related to municipalities as well. I want to thank you for your great study, and perhaps I could just say a few words about it. Certainly, as it was already said, for the city of Turku, the Archipelago Sea is in our strategy already. It has been there for quite a long time. We have the climate change questions and biodiversity as topics, and these are related to the environment which exist in the city strategy, and they have been highlighted there. And certainly, we do not have just one and only environmental program, a single one. We have sectorial programs, and we tried, of course, to implement all these programs with their actions that the city has decided in order to promote the situation. But the fact or thought that our regional director raised when he took the floor was that if ever you have a question which is in the strategy of any municipality or city, that alone does not mean that there's, or to what extent people are working towards that goal, or vice versa. The municipalities do work for the Baltic Sea, even if they don't mention that in the words in their strategy. So therefore the input is not always visible when we think of the protection of the Baltic Sea or the Archipelago Sea. But of course it is a good political line to state it out, and there is a view and vision saying things aloud, meaning that these things are important to us. So certainly, things are highlighted by those municipalities who are at the archipelago sea, who live in the archipelago, and that is also their livelihood and source of business. They see things differently compared to inland municipalities. But that was all a very short comment from me. Thank you. And then Harri Järven from SAK, Central Organization of Finnish Trade Unions, please. Thank you. It's not about SAK, the Central Organization of Trade Unions, that I want to raise things, but as Anders was presenting Kari to us and giving a long list of his career, things he has been doing, we all know that for the last years Kari has been also a novelist. He is a writer as well. And I was just thinking, the archipelago sea, it would be great to have a certain fact-based novel or detective story. That's a great topic. So in a way, that would increase the awareness of this very important topic. So just to sort of give you on the lighter side of the comment. Yes, we come to the same village from the other side of Finland. But I suppose I have to give you a promise now that there will be a body suffocated into the cyanobacteria.
Kiitos.
Thank you for that. Now Janne Virtanen, Advocacy Director of Southwest Finland Regional Council, please. Thank you for those who carried out this study. And I was thinking that the problem is shared by every one of us. We know that the situation is what it is, but there's no just one trick, no one single measure that will give us solution for everything. So question to you, students. You talked about 27 municipalities of Southwest Finland. What is the role and importance of the municipalities here? Based on your study, can you give us any indication of that? What is the input by them? If there's the municipalities of the region, a regional council, what is the role of the municipalities? Can we find solution through municipalities? And is their role a big part, a major part or not? But I see we only have 2 minutes left for the discussion, so I'm the chief judge, so I will give you further 5 minutes for the discussion. So our students can now have 1 minute each. So you can give us your views and recommendations, please. One remark that we did make during the drafting our report was that we have quite active projects going on. There are foundations as well and collaboration, and the municipalities can join in these activities. So we hope to see an active role perhaps there. Finding common guidelines within those entities could be one thing to help out. So more active role, because that indeed, they're already members in certain organizations, but sometimes it's the foundations and associations that are more active than the municipality itself. I personally see that the municipalities play a major role here, but they alone cannot solve things. They can't have the responsibility on their shoulders only. The municipal residents also need to give their input, the citizens need to give their input, but also like the Ministry of the Environment as well has to be involved. As Mr. Häkämies said, so the financial incentive should be there, and therefore more responsibilities also for the municipalities. I fully agree with both of the previous speakers, and the outcome and the conclusion was that the municipalities play a major role, and we consider that they should include this in their municipal strategy, because we have seen that there is the governmental level and the initiative was taken by the government. The government sees this to be important, and then we have the regional level and the municipal strategy. So therefore it bears a great value. We consider that the municipalities are one of the core key partners and actors here. The municipalities need to have a responsibility. It is very hard to assess how much one single municipality can do. That depends, I'm sure. But in addition to the projects, they could somehow commit things in their strategy, have one goal and promote things towards that objective. I also fully agree with the previous speakers. The cooperation with different projects in the municipalities is a good thing in the future as well. For instance, Paimio River Association has been collaborating with a lot of municipalities in southwest Finland. That is mentioned in the study as well, multiple times. And in addition to that, the municipalities can further reflect on their regional role, how they can impact the protection of archipelago sea in the future through business life, for instance, how much their own catchment area has a bearing on the pollution of the archipelago sea. That is one point they can further develop and draw attention to. But in our study, the objective was not to highlight only the responsibility of the municipalities being or hindering the pollution of the archipelago sea. Of course, other parties have responsibilities as well. I fully agree with the earlier speakers. Cooperation bears a great role here. Cooperation was visible in the projects as well, as was stated already. But our regional director mentioned this earlier. It is all about sort of a perhaps centralized operations. So who is having the clear leading role? That would bear a bigger meaning. If we think of small municipalities, they have multiple tasks but scarce resources. The small municipalities would get benefits if there's a centralized cooperation activities on the protection of archipelago sea, whether it's through local water associations or then through protection of the sea. I think the others, my colleagues have said things already. What I wanted to say and add to this perhaps is that the municipalities can have a meaning and bearing here. Perhaps it's an opportunity. They have the opportunity and possibility to be important to the extent they want to be here important. They can carry out cooperation or have some other action. So we see there is a huge opportunity and we hope that they will use this opportunity and thus also get from a higher level financing or other cooperation in order to get some wind to the sails, so to say. Thank you very much. And I would have a lot of things to say further on this topic, but unfortunately that is not the purpose of this event. I want to now thank the audience. And first and foremost, I want to thank our students. And I do hope that, of course, want to thank the regional director and applause for all our speakers. Thank you. This is the end of our session.
Vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kun Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
No niin.
Warmly welcome. In recent years, our ability to adjust and be resilient has been tested in many ways. The COVID pandemic has forced us to find new ways to be flexible. Russia's attack on Ukraine this year has decreased our sense of safety and changed our operational environment. European goals regarding green transition and digital transition require more sustainable ways of life. Collaborative resilience is a joint event by the Turku University of Applied Sciences and the Regional Council of Southwest Finland that looks at the different ways that international cooperation and project cooperation can build resilience. We will present the local and regional perspective on this. We have a very versatile forum of speakers today who will lead us to the topics of resilience and flexibility on the perspective of individual cooperation between schools of higher education and municipalities and cities. But we also want to hear from you. We have an online mobile survey open throughout this event that you can find at the address mendi.com. And 59936115 is the number code that you can use to log in, and you can share how you think we can build resilience together. And you can reply as many times as you want. Mendi.com 59936115. I will repeat those during the event. My name is Salla-Maria Lauttamäki and I work as the development manager in the Regional Council of Southwest Finland, and I will act as the moderator of this event. It's a great pleasure to see you here in such large numbers, and of course everyone attending remotely as well. Let's begin. First, we will familiarize ourselves with the concept of resilience through Jussi Mälkiä, chairman of the board from Meriaura. Meriaura's vision has been to be the pioneer of an innovative maritime pioneer. And Jussi Mälkiä says that slowing down the climate change has been his mission for more than 30 years. What are the links between these different topics, and what does resilience look like from the perspective of a professional in the maritime and logistic industries? The floor is yours, Jussi Mälkiä. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here today. I came here by bicycle 40 years ago, and I'm still here. And tomorrow morning, I'm planning to leave Turku and Finland for a longer time by car this time. And there's a reason for that, because we have family and dogs and luggage with us. Traveling is an interesting question. I think my slides should be visible somewhere. I hope so. My first image, not yet. I can see it. Okay. Now we have it on every screen. There it is. This is a second generation trip to Karelia. It has become very concrete this spring. Our Ukrainian friends moved first week in March. Their family members. We have one house and lot full in Naantali, more Ukrainians than Finns, and we want to give some space for them, so we will go somewhere else and we'll let them live on in safer conditions. But my father and my grandparents left 80 years ago. They started a trip from the Karelian Peninsula, and this has stayed with me all these years very well. Resilience is necessary. Change is the only state that is forever. And even though it's not always so pleasant, it is a way of life. And we have been born into it. It's in our genes, I would say. And for that reason, in the spring, we had to switch courses in large development projects. In January, we've already began to notice that we're not receiving all the materials from Karelia, and the Malkia family has a project in Lappeenranta in eastern Finland, close to the Russian border. We had started the project already, but we had to change the course very literally, and that was the old course, as it turns out. So we decided to continue, but we just decided to create new, better versions on things that we had already created regarding environmentally friendly, lowest possible carbon emissions and so on in the maritime environment, but also to a degree on the land. So this Saimaa ship, I think next winter we'll start to build it, make it larger, and make some wind parks. It's going to be a ship that can utilize, for example, wind parks and carry out different tasks. About 10 years ago, we had an exercise like this, and we know that this functions well, and the demand is high for such vessels. A lot happens out at sea, but an example of a different type of resilience is an old, very fascinating idea that areas that have been neglected and spoiled. Let's give an example. When I came to Turku by bicycle 40 years ago, there was a show ship at the riverside here, and there was an abandoned shipyard where we were able to start our business. Thanks to the city of Turku, they were very helpful in this matter. Thanks to Turku and the community here, we were well received. This is an example, our project in Raasepori. It's not exactly here, but it's not far away either. It's an old sawmill area that we perhaps would like to turn into something like this, that you can see. We acquired this as a gypsum yard, but since we're not getting any gypsum from the east, then we will turn this perhaps into a solar power area that will store warmth and heat into the underlying sand, and then we'll be able to use that, and with a low carbon, small carbon footprint. So this type of closed circuit systems are the kind that we have been practicing. The picture on the right side, which is a functioning system, existing system mostly, except we've had some challenges with the fish stocks lately, but now it would be a great time to actually be able to have some fish stock, because now the price is quite good and there is a lot of demand. And then on the left side, this is basically a copy of an old farmhouse model, just more modernized in parts. Resilience is the only existing and stable state, and the need for change is something that is going to prevail, and we need to keep going and need to develop things further. I will end my presentation with this photo. You might hear more about this in the media next week. I had first thought perhaps that I might be able to publish this today, but unfortunately that didn't turn out that way. We need renewable energy here in Finland and elsewhere. It's a global necessity, and cooperation is necessary in order to manage different entities, different systems and solutions. And then when we talk about the maritime environment, we need flexible solutions. These vessels, the vessel is an existing one and it's building a wind park in Norway, but it doesn't look like that anymore as it does here in these photos that were taken 10 years ago, which means that the process is ongoing and change is the only prevailing state. But regarding this last photo, in all projects, local cooperation has been a priority. It's been extremely important. In the background of this photo, this is not going to be the full story, but Turku University is in the background. These solar panels are part of a project where the university has paid for with the help of the university fund. It's in Namibia where you are transforming seawater into sweet water. That is a system for it, and we want to make sure that the system stays in use and that it will also increase, the usage will be increased in the future. We have rectors and professors involved. We also need younger people, increasingly so. And this is also linked to the closed loop, closed system, because we need active cooperation and bringing together different parts on the land as well as at sea. Sea systems and solutions are our strength, but surprisingly so, sea and land is very connected. We need different actors. For example, we are very thankful for many processes with the Turku University of Applied Sciences that we have carried out for the Regional Council of Southwest Finland and for the whole stakeholder group. I have attended the Turku University of Applied Sciences myself, and it has been a great place to study, and Turku has been a great area to live in, but we are not leaving permanently, but tomorrow I will continue my journey elsewhere. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos.
Thank you very much, Jussi Melkeä. We'll be looking forward to getting some news next week. So you gave us some examples there on resilience. Sometimes it's hard to understand and say that word aloud, but as the topic is not that difficult, it's just living the change, accepting the change. And that was a great example from you, how one company can achieve many things and really get things going. Thank you very much for that. And next, we will look at the regional level questions. We have the regional director, Kari Häkämies, who worked today. He also been working as minister in 2 ministries and also being a mayor and a municipal director. So he has wide perspective on things. But what about the public sector? What is the role of public sector in enhancing resilience? And what does the flexibility for change mean at the municipal level? Kari Häkämies, please, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to speak in this session and seminar as well. And I think this is in Finnish, but still I know there has been interpretation, but perhaps a few words in English.
Some words also in English, because I'm very happy that the Baltic Sea Commission's Secretary General Lucy Lerhard is here with us, and I'd like to say that warmly welcome to Turku and to Southwest Finland.
I have myself lived in 6 different regions myself, and I have learned that flexibility for change or flexibility means different things around Finland. And flexibility or unflexibility, non-flexibility, is something that we can see. It exists, and it takes different forms. Usage, as explained, he has roots in the Karelian region. My great-grandfather Pietari also left through Estonia to Inger Estate, has been in Russia for school, but he was 18 when he left the area and came to Finland. First he was imprisoned, but he was saved from prison by Judge Svinhuvud, who later became president of the Finnish Republic. And my great-grandfather became the caretaker of horses. He was 18 when he left, and he never met his parents again, no siblings again. And Mr. Svinhuvud made him a police to the city of Lappeenranta. So the life was nice for him, but at the same time, we have to say, from today's perspective, flexibility for change was, I think, needed in his case. And as I said, the line of thinking is different in different regions in Finland, and that is true. I remember when I was the mayor of the city of Kuopio, and at the municipal hall, I was able to, talk aloud and say a few words from the heart to municipal officers saying you have to work harder. And the eldest secretary of the city came to me and told me, Mr. Mayor, the people don't see priority for work in this area. Well, I've been doing some exercise of flexibility myself in this region of southwest Finland, and here we take work seriously. But it quite often means that we have to be sure that I can do this. I'm the best, and I will do this alone. So this Western Finland line of thinking is not very much about the willingness to seek and be social with other people. I'm sure people have a healthy self-esteem, but there are certain barriers for cooperation that exist. And that means that there's certain reservedness by the people who came elsewhere, by those who are here. And in today's country and world, that is slightly, well, it is not very wise, to say the least. As for regions and the activities and changes taking place, and flexibility is challenging all that in situation of crisis. And of course, Southwest Finland has faced crisis as well. If we think of this region, the city of Turku being the biggest town here, we have a reasonably good situation because we don't have only one business. We have many regions and municipalities in Finland who only have one industry, one business area that dominates. Could be forest industry, and I actually come from an area like that myself. And I entered the municipal politics in 1980 and became a member of the municipal council. And I remember there was some structural changes taking place in the industry, and I felt that the people who for generations have been working at the paper mills, they never could imagine to do anything else than working at the paper mill, and how they could adjust to this, doing something else than working at the paper mill. They did not have any capability of doing it. And we have faced this in the southwest Finland as well. We used to have three big challenges here. And I personally was not in the challenge related to shipyards that took place. I was not the regional director. I was not here. But my predecessor, Johan Savo, that I mentioned again here, established a work group for shipyards. And that had a very good work and cooperated with different parties and was able to achieve things. I personally was faced with flexibility of a change and challenges it gives. It was July, I was on holiday and I got information. It was not a huge surprise when I got the information, but I heard that Nokia Limited Company is now running down its operations in the city of Salo. And Salo, for a long time, was the city that had the best income level of Finland. Because in the best years of Nokia, the city of Salo got as corporate taxes more than 5% of the whole country, which is a huge number. There are a few people here from municipal politics, so if you could transform that into perspective, it could have been that we could have had all projects of all political parties carried out, implemented, and there would have been a surplus to be used, something we could not even imagine to use it for. And all of a sudden, this all disappeared. We lost jobs. And we also faced the situation where many people had been doing that exact same work, that niche job, demanding work, high-tech work for years. And that is a challenge when you lose it. And also the automotive factory, car factory of Kaupunki, challenges there as well. Lately, success story, yes, but perhaps things are easier there because they have changed some work. I think they have 70 different nationalities in the car factory. So it's a new modern time phenomenon when you think of flexibility for change. But now thinking of our region, Southwest Finland, and the conclusion I can draw on this, everything that I just said. I could give you examples of those pulp mills and the village Sunila was designed by architect Alvar Aalto. Education is the key for everything. You can really combat things with education, high-level education, and of course we have our everyday tasks in the future as well, but education is the key here. Education is a way to tackle things. And people have grown into this, actually. I will not do my whole career in this job. I can change jobs. And this, I would say, is the core recipe. And the public sector, the governmental sector, those who organize education and training, and municipalities are involved in this. That's my conclusion. We really need flexibility for change. We have to do this in practice in order to achieve results. And then one particular reminder that I would like to give to you as being a recent citizen of Southwest Finland, or relatively recent resident. We have to learn to work together. We have to be able to work together. And we have to have fruitful outcomes, and that is possible only when you appreciate other people and other organizations.
Kiitos maakuntajohtaja.
Thank you, Regional Director Kari Häkämies, for these great words on the meaning of cooperation and appreciation. And even though here in the south of Finland we are not the best in everything, we're still quite good at everything, right? We'll then move from the regional perspective to the individual perspective. Our next speaker is a specialist from the University of Applied Sciences, Ritva Salmini, the project manager, and she's a specialist in conclusion and civil activities. And lately, in international projects, she has been into the role of citizens in energy transformation and sustainable mobility. And what are important elements to take into account here? Ritva Salmini will tell us about that. Please take the floor. Thank you, and hello to all of you. Sitra has defined that resilience is the ability of people and communities to work together under changing conditions, to face disturbances and crises, and to also recover from them. Quite often these changing things also require action from citizens. It might mean we have to commit to a vaccination program, we need to help our neighbors, or we have to get involved in saving energy together, as is the case now, as we've seen Sitra's environmental, and the Ministry of Environment Energy Agency that will publish the campaign for saving energy. If you think of resilience of citizens and the nation is not built in one day, it is not something that we can just take from the shelf when needed. It has to be built and kept up every day. And the EU Citizens Forum has an activity cluster that mentions that there is a risk when you think of current aging challenges and climate challenges. So these are challenges, and therefore we don't draw enough of attention to ordinary citizens. The Horizon 2020 response project financed by that. So I work in this project, and we create energy positive neighborhoods in Turku and in Dijon in France. And the objective of the EU is to create example neighborhoods, 100 of such neighborhoods by 2025. At the same time, resilience is being built. The readiness to face any challenges related to climate change and also to be ready to see the transformation in energy sector that we need. I want to make some highlights or give you some highlights about how to support the creation of resilience. I'd like to draw attention to these following points. So the first point is knowledge, being aware and understanding things. There's a lot of data around there. We collect data, but is the quality of data something that serves the purpose and experts and not the citizens? So can citizens really make choices based on the information they receive? In our response project, we carried out a survey, and according to the neighborhood in question in the survey, take into account seriously the climate change challenges, but they don't know what they could do in concrete terms. In the response project, our starting point was that in the project we are not, in the team itself, trying to find solutions on what is the information people need or how people should be approached. Instead, we recruited 10 voluntary young people from the areas called mentors. And these individuals have made things very different compared to what it could have been without them. They have organized, with the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, Energy Solution Treasure Hunt event in their own region. They have quizzes on energy, Instagram and Facebook accounts were created, and they've interviewed other citizens of the area and made video clips of these interviews. Also, they have been interviewed quite often by local media, and they have been involved in different events, such as the panel of climate forum last year. So with these actions, the mentors have given a face to this rather attractive, hard to approach topic of energy data, and they have made this easier now for other young people. A second example, in the project we have been the application of Journey Planner. So the objective of the application is to support mobility by walking and cycling here in the city's Turku area. And with the help of the application, you can choose your own route that you prefer. Contrary to the traditional approach, the length of a journey or the speed of the journey is green journey or a route with better air quality. The first version of the application was published or will be published at the end of August, but we further will develop the application in the future as well. Even now in the development phase, we've seen that data people need is not always collected, even though the data is available. Cyclists would I think, appreciate that the application will show to them and how much hills or wind is in the area. Is there a slippery road ahead? So for the maintenance of the roads, or if there are traffic jams around. So these items and things are there, which are very important and change routes for those who cycle. Another element that I would like to raise when thinking of resilience is trust. We need trust with our co-citizens, but we need that towards political decision makers. And we had the survey in the response project, and the response rate was good. But when you had the multiple question choice, what is the objective for political decision making, only half of the respondents answered the question. It's not lack of trust, but somehow reflects that people are a bit alienated from this. We had a conference of positive energy districts, and it was in Amsterdam midsummer, and it was presented not everybody wants to get involved. People don't want to be included. They instead want to trust that experts and decision makers will deal with it. And increasing such trust is a very difficult task. It demands great transparency. People need to be able to rely that the information they receive is correct, and all instructions given have been thoroughly considered and they are fair and needed. In our response project, the picture is actually from that event, we tried to build trust through knowledge transfer events, where political decision makers, experts, civil servants and resident citizens together come together to discuss and discuss solutions. The third point which I would like to raise, in English it's called mindset. In Finnish language I don't think we have a very corresponding word, but it's just the way you think. It's your holistic attitude. And in the very same conference, our Romanian representative had some doubts. He said that we don't have a mindset to face challenges related to climate and energy. I don't know if here in Finland we have such a sort of a mindset, but if you think of a culture where we appreciate individual approach, private property, then it's very hard to transfer yourself to cultural sharing at national level. And this is not only about sharing goods, but it's also about sharing knowledge and expertise. And I was in a meeting of households in southwest Finland talking about how to form energy communities. And the representatives of the housing company said that these individual buildings that have already solutions don't want to share these solutions with others because they feel that the others who join later will get benefits on their costs. And then the fourth point that I want to raise here are ideas and innovations. The response project was very much based on new energy solutions that are carried out with energy-positive neighborhoods. Quite often, technological solutions are such that they are first carried out and then afterwards they just wish that the citizens will adopt them and use them. And I don't know if it is possible sometimes to see technological development from the perspective of first asking the people what they need and what are the things they are ready for themselves. And even tiny ideas could be, for resilience, important ones. Appreciating small steps creates an atmosphere where people are encouraged to think new solutions. We have a Dutch example of a neighborhood over there. They have old buildings and heating problems related to these buildings. This is a very sort of a poor community, and people don't have the opportunity to purchase for their flats any cooling devices and air conditioning. And in the area, they have been now supporting generation of ideas from citizens and residents, and now they have small-scale business in place. And now they have found here there is a small-scale business that will actually sew from very thick textiles, cooling curtains. Very tiny examples, but that explains to you that you can find good solutions, practical ones, with tiny steps. In our response project, we are not yet facing innovations, but next year we will launch in Dijon and in the city of Turku a series of hackathons, and I hope that we'll get great solutions that I will share with you in the future. But all in all, as for the current challenges, they are such that we cannot afford to use the opportunity of generation of ideas by people, so the potential by the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ritva, for this excellent example of how project cooperation seeks new solutions. And what really stuck with me was that we need a lot of time and doing things in our everyday lives on that level. At this point, I would like to remind you of our mobile online survey. Please go to the site mendi.com to tell us how we can build resilience together. Mendibis.com and number code 59936115. We'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Then we will move to an urban environment. Principal Lecturer Research Manager Pia Leskinen from the Turku University of Applied Science is leading a working group on water protection technology. They work on themes like protection of water and research in that area. And how can we strengthen resilience in the urban environment through different, for example, stormwater systems. Thank you for the introduction. Nice to see so many of you here. I'm going to tell you about resilience. What we have heard already is how an individual needs to be flexible and how we need to think in a flexible manner. But our city structure, our urban structure, the society, the way it is built, can ease our ability to be flexible because we as individuals also vary in our resources. It's easy for all of us to believe that in the future hard rain are going to increase. Last night I think it rained quite hard here in Turku. Those summertime hard rains are going to increase, as well as heat waves in the summer and alternating with dry spells, and they're going to cause new types of challenges in Finland as well. On the other hand, in the winter and autumn times, there's going to be less snow and more rain as well. That is the prognosis. We are building new things all the time, and areas where we have had vegetation before or they have been a kind of wastelands, those areas are being built, houses are rising in those areas, and through this building rainwater, stormwater cannot be it doesn't go no longer into the earth, into the soil. It becomes stormwater that is let into a pipeline system. Our stormwater system was built, for the most part, a long time ago, probably before anyone discussed climate change yet. And the price is dependent on the size of the pipes, and that is why the stormwater infrastructure is not built to be able to deal with this amount of water running into the system. It's quite expensive to build these stormwater pipeline systems, and it's hard to know what the size exactly should be. If we need to redo it, it's very expensive to dig it up again. And this is why we have started to discuss that we should be able to lead stormwater as quickly as possible to the piping system and then through pipes into the water areas, whether sea or some other water area. And we could also introduce alongside this pipe system, not to substitute for them, but to also add green areas so that we could slow down the flow near to the source, so that we could avoid the highest amounts of water running and gathering in certain places. And this would help us to have water absorb into the ground. Now that the water runs directly into the pipeline, it doesn't have any time to absorb into the ground, and that makes land areas too dry in the urban areas. So we want to delay the runoff and the flow of the water, of the stormwater. What about Turku? It's an old city, and of course new areas are being built all of the time. But how could we introduce green solutions into this urban environment? Land area is expensive. How do we fit in these green areas? We also want other things in an urban environment. This means that we need to rethink the use of space in an urban environment. This is a good example of how we normally use the land area in cities. We have grassy areas that don't really, well, in my view, and I'm sure many of you agree, it's kind of a loss. It's a waste of space. We cannot afford this any longer in the future. When we substitute a dry grassy area that doesn't really absorb a lot of water, and we substitute that with a rain garden, it can collect stormwater. It can perhaps save it as be used as that the water can be used for watering plants and green areas. There can be a treating system in place that cleans the water, that treats it. And this is a second example of use of space. In an urban environment, we have a lot of roof areas. And this type of traditional roof offers protection from water and, of course, heat insulation. But that's it. That's all it offers us. Instead, if we begin to make use of these roof spaces and areas, at the same time, these roofs can also offer pleasant areas, leisurely areas. This is an office building. For IT workers, its employees, it's very nice if they have a pleasant environment to take their breaks in, and that actually increases their work efficiency. They don't have time to take a stroll in the park, but if this area can be found on the rooftop of their office building, they can make use of it. In the same way, I could imagine that if, like on the right side, this type of garden would exist on the rooftop of a residential building for older people who cannot get out there into the national park and take a hiking tour there. They could make use of this even with their assisting equipment for walking. Or otherwise, people with disabilities could make use of these spaces, and that would definitely increase their resilience and also their mental resilience. In Finland, we have traditionally accepted that cities are grey and dreary, but I don't believe we need to accept that. With a relatively small changes, we can transform cities into areas where the water balance is better managed, where areas which facilitate our adjustment to climate change, and areas that are much more pleasant to live in. This picture is from Germany. In many cities in Europe, this progress is further along. Finland as a whole is quite green, but our cities are not that green. This is one reason why international studies are a good way, and international cooperation is a good way to facilitate these things also here in Finland. When we add plants and trees, we can decrease the heat collecting into these channels of streets. You know yourselves how it feels to walk on a hot street. That is not very pleasant. But cities and municipalities shouldn't be the only ones who invest in green solutions. For them to really serve their purpose, it means that they need to be utilized in a versatile way in private gardens of apartment buildings and in one-family home gardens. We can all add our resilience by introducing green solutions. This is an example from a residential building in Helsinki where the housing company and the residents have created this very pleasant green area. It's good to remember also that we have existing free solutions. For example, when we start building a new area, there usually is already some vegetation, some greenery there. existing. And it's important to consider what of that we can save, because that no longer requires any investments, and it may serve the new buildable solutions better in regards to the stormwater. Vegetation is already at that phase where it doesn't need any maintenance. So preserving nature that is already present is a very cost-effective approach. These solutions also bring about a significant impact on stopping the loss of diversity in urban environments. Here we have examples, photos from the Turku-Jaaninoja area, where we have river crayfish, we have trout, and this is a river that flows between industrial areas and commercial areas in the city. And these streams and rivers are small by themselves, but they form a network. And this makes it possible for different species to become stronger and more large in numbers. What I like to say here is that we should try to increase the resilience in the city, but it doesn't have to be painful. It can be something that really adds to our well-being and to the pleasantness of our environment in many different ways. Investments into green solutions and investments into flexibility and adjustment, we don't need to look at that only as costs. These are investments that really provide us with so many positive things. If we're building infrastructure in the first place, with that investment, we want to gain as many benefits as possible so that we don't have to separately build a stormwater system and a green area. We want to combine those two, for example. That makes what we do much more effective. And I would like to end by saying that I hope in Turku we will in the future facilitate and make headway with these topics. We are starting a project where we want to have an impact on increased investments into these types of projects, and also we want to increase the private investments into these solutions. These are the type of solutions where it really makes a difference for all of us to participate in. Thank you.
Kiitos.
Thank you. Thank you, Pia Leskinen, for that. And as our speakers and presentations showed to us, we see the diversity of this topic of resilience and flexibility for change. If you think of the mindset and the attitude, we need that, but we have to take into account the environment as well, because the environment brings us well-being. And of course, we have European projects, and we get tips and hints and inspiration in order to build all that. We will now continue with the role of university collaboration in reinforcing resilience. Our next speaker comes from University of Applied Sciences, senior lecturer, and her expertise is about promotion health, rehabilitation, and management as topics. We will now hear more as for health of young people and children, how that can be promoted, and how is that related to resilience. So Ursula Hyrkkänen, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for that introduction, and it is nice to be here with you to talk to you about the Center of Mobility for Young People and Children here in Turku. The role of the Expertise Center is to promote mobility, physical exercise that supports well-being of young people and children. Before I will enter to my topic itself, I would like to say something about the previous speakers and what they said. I have personally not met my great-grandfathers at all. They lost their lives in the wars. And my great-grandmother, actually both of my great-grandmothers, were very strong women, and they were able to arrange their lives so that they were able to provide for their children good education, but also the opportunity to have one hobby. And that opportunity is a strength that I claim is the one, because I have first grandchildren, I can see the strength there. It is not just in the life of my parents that I saw it, but also see in the lives of everybody else as well. So therefore, a physical exercise center, an expertise center for young people and children, is there to have an impact, that we get recommendations of physical exercise that are followed in real life as well. Perhaps another story here at the beginning is from the latest studies. These studies show to us that the heart rate, the pulse, has a link to the sensation of being included. The faster your heart is pulsing, the more you feel that you are part of the community and you are included. This was a study conducted amongst children, so that was, as I said, specific for children. And when we think of brisk physical exercise, you are playing in the playground, you are running around playing, there you are included, culturally speaking as well. And it's automatically something that enhances inclusion. But as said, I will now speak about the Center of Excellence for Physical Exercise for Young People and Children. It was the health campus of Turku, financed by the Academy of Finland. And it is since 2021 that we have this model in place, which is a networking model, and we are building on that. And at the beginning of 2023, we will stabilize operations as part of the Kaupunginteatterin Center. Even though we are now talking about a center, still you have to keep in mind that the center as a word for us means a network. So it is all about the network, which is regional network, that is the strength we have. And as said, we are here, regional operator, but we also have a national presence and also international dimension as well. I will now switch the slide. Here in the picture, you see a group of children and also the headline for my presentation. In the top corner, you see some logos as well. These logos describe to you the organizations that have been involved in this project financed by the Academy of Finland. And thus, these organizations also have responsibility of the development of the network. The expertise is there. See, we have a network of experts today in the center, which is much wider than these organizations here. But these organizations coordinate and collect people together. At the same time, I would like to mention that we have different sorts of participants, organizations like the University of Turku, Medical Faculty, Kaupunginteatterin Center, and of course, from the background of these organizations, you have scientific organizations, and you have the city of Turku as well as participant, and the city of Turku has also very strong links around it. So that we have here in the region this core that will radiate also to the national level, and we find partners that can then take forward what we have done at the regional level. The next slide. This actually comes from the recommendation of physical exercise for young people and children. This is the latest recommendation. So it means you have to have from 7 to 15, if you have the age of 7 to 15 years of age, so at least 60 minutes of brisk movement, physical exercise. And for younger, under 7, you would be active, having some activities for at least 3 hours per day. And this recommendation as such is the objective, and our Center of Expertise is working towards this goal. And yes, I know it's a very large, extensive objective, but according to latest studies, for those who are 7 years old, about 70% achieved this goal. And if you have the group of 15 years old, the percentage is only 10%. So, therefore, we still have things to do. But if you think of the pandemic, so the pandemic area also meant for many people that they didn't have their hobbies, and that decreased activity, meaning physical activity. So we have a concern, but that is also heard by our center in our network quite often. And for instance, the sports center of city of Turku and local sports associations highlight this concern quite often. This picture sends you the message that getting more mobility amongst young people and children is not only concerning one specific team or group in sports association or those who are already active in the area, but this is a question that concerns all of us. And there's a path, as you see it in the picture. That path explains you all the opportunities that young people and children face every day in their lives. So either they move about or they don't move at all. And if you think about this, in early childhood education, you can have a lot of say there on the activity level of children. School as well has a say here and has an impact. And we know that we can bring this up in our discussions and take it up. But I'm sure the earlier speakers also referred to this, that there is so much also about the environment, how the environment is built for us, how cities are designed. What about the school buildings, facilities? How were they built? Are they there to activate us to do physical exercise? All of us, and in particular young people and children. So, therefore, with this picture, I want to convey you the message of recommendation of physical exercise are there. And in order to implement this, our network has multiple experts and parties. We can get quickly all together the experts of different areas to reflect together what is the best possible solution. For instance, we can get from sports teams, city sport units, technology companies, teacher education, pupils, students, all together to trying to find solutions to the questions that we are faced with. Well, with this picture here, I want to explain to you further about our expertise center or competence center. We have multiple operations and expertise and knowledge because we are aware that in the region of Turku there is a lot of international known basic research going on health of young people and well-being of young people and children. We now have already in 1980s launched the multiple research center who has been doing longitude research called LASER, so it's the coronary disease risk factors for children. That is the name of the project. And there is another one, which is coronary disease risk factors intervention project, STRIP, which has conducted research on children's, young people heart and vascular system health from the age of babies up to the age of 20. So they have an intervention survey and research in that area. And there's also a wide extensive project INVEST carried out by the University of Turku and the National Center for Wellbeing and Health. That studies children and young adults' well-being and restrictions to their well-being and detects the shortcomings of the welfare society services. And that will bring us knowledge and data for the region and our center. And thus we get some sort of ideas or chips, pieces, so to say. And these pieces or ideas are such that in our common meetings that we have, We have fundamental research done by top experts who publish articles with high impact factor. So they participate in the international important discussions as well, and they highlight the concern, saying, yes, we are aware of things, we have publications, and children who have the least of physical exercise would get the greatest benefit from even small changes in the ways they move about. So all families involved. And we now must draw attention to this and get them involved, get them on the go. So these are the pieces of ideas that we receive, and then we seek solutions. We have different intervention research. That is one way to tackle things. So we have science involved in our discussions. We have the global approach because we have experts that are international. So we don't always have the resources to get things to the grassroots level. But we, as our center, can be there, facilitator, to help to promote things in the everyday life at the grassroots level. But it goes the other way around as well. So, as said, from the practical grassroots level, amongst the different organizations, we can find different tasks. For instance, one topical thing is that the city of Turku Sports Service Center is now developing a new type of operational model on how to promote for all children and young people the physical activity. And at the same time, we are now reflecting the sports associations and teams, how they can be supported and steered better. There were questions raised on what is the best model for Turku. And to support that, we have been conducting surveys, studies. We first surveyed some Nordic models. We've had visitors here explaining to us how things were done in Norway or in Iceland or Sweden. For instance, the Norwegian model was something that was shared with us, and we heard that it's great for the parents. The parents say it's lovely that they have at 6 p.m. time for the whole family, because those who are below the age of 12 will come from school, or at the end of their school day, they have their hobbies and they come back home. Oh, is my time up? Okay, time is up then. But thank you very much for this, and with these words, I wanted to convey to you the point that the resilience and flexibility is all about the network. We have a common goal, common idea of what is good, and we all work towards that same goal, even though we are different parties. Thank you very much.
Kiitos paljon.
Thank you very much, Ursula Hyrkkänen. We heard how flexibility is needed in all of us, but the better earlier we receive those tools and that we receive them to face challenges and sometimes even disappointments. Remember our mendi.com, mendi.com, and the number code was 599-36115. We had one more presentation left, and during which you can leave your thoughts online.
Of hearing how resilience can be strengthened through cooperation between maritime regions in Europe. Lucille Erhardt has been the Executive Secretary of the CPMR Baltic Sea Commission since 2020. She promotes collaboration between 19 regions in the Baltic Sea region. And questions on her table are often linked to the European Union transport policy, regional development and maritime affairs. We are eager to hear how resilience is connected to your work. Lucille, the floor is yours, please.
Kiitos Sala Maria for the kind introduction, and kiitos Kari Hakimis for the kind welcome in Turku. And after this 2 years of pandemic, I am more than delighted to be in southwest Finland, in Turku, and in this beautiful theater to talk about international cooperation, resilience, and Europe, because it's a Eurooppa-foorumi. My name is Lucille Erhardt, and I work for the CPMR Baltic Sea Commission. It's a European association gathering more than 100 regions across Europe. And I am in charge of promoting cooperation among 19 regions across the Baltic Sea that you can see on the map. We have 19 regions from Sweden, Finland, Estonia, and Germany, and Southwest Finland is one of the active members of this organization. But before going into the topic of the CPMR, I will talk more about it in a few seconds. This summer, we are still in the summer, there has been, I come from France, obviously you can hear it from my accent probably, but there has been a lot of forest fire in France. It has been quite dramatic and we can really feel the severe climate change ongoing. But in a more positive way, it was really nice to see the European solidarity. There has been forest firemen from different European countries going to France to help the firemen. And this is a concrete example of international cooperation. The different safety police and firemen cooperated. They went from Sweden, from also Finland and Poland to France. That's also an example. But coming to the CPMR, that you can see on the organization has been created 50 years ago, and its core identity is about promoting international cooperation to increase the resilience of the regions. So that's the regions, when there is a crisis or something to cope with, they can together find solutions and overcome the challenges. And from the map, you can see they are from Greece, from Sweden, from France, from Italy. And the specificity of this organization is that they are maritime and peripheral regions. They have similar challenges. They have similar assets and weaknesses. And together, they are stronger. And this has been the case for 50 years now. And more concretely, the regions together cooperate on different sectors, from the transport, from the maritime, but also energy and climate. And I would like to give you some example on how this cooperation among these regions have increased their resilience. For example, regarding climate change, each region's climate change is a challenge that is so big that cannot be solved by one region, and it goes behind borders. And each region has assets to cope with that, but also weaknesses. So what we have done recently is an exercise to gather all the different good initiatives in each of the CPMR regions, how they are coping with climate change, how they are developing smart solutions. So that the different regions, they can learn from each other, they can come up with new ideas together. So this is this mapping exercise is the results are on our website. It's called Regions Act Toward Climate Change. Another concrete example of cooperation that helps to increase resilience is in the sector of mobility. Because now, we talked, previous speaker talked about transport. There is a need to go towards sustainable mobility. And here we are the regions across the Baltic Sea that are part of this network. We are doing an exercise to share experience on the use of alternative fuels in the transport sector. How the regions of Västerbotten in Sweden, how Estonia is developing smart solutions that can also be useful for Southwest Finland. Also, the result of this exercise is on our website. And also a recent cooperation that we are starting together with the University of Turku Applied Science. It's in the maritime sector because there is a need of upscaling and reskilling workers in the maritime sectors. And here there are good examples in France, in Sweden, in Finland, to how to reskill people so that the maritime sector can benefit from that. And here, the CPMR, we are supporting an Erasmus project about reskilling workers in the maritime sector, where the University of Turku is one of the leaders on that. But what's the benefit of all this cooperation among the regions? Well, first of all, is to gain new knowledge, new experience, to meet people, to think out of the box. And because more concretely, when we are around the table, we have colleagues from Turku, but we have also colleagues from Oulu regions, from France, we have colleagues from Estonia, and it's together, each person brings new ideas and comes with his new background. And the idea is when people go back home, they can use this concrete knowledge to make the best for their own territories, for their own city and region. But also, being part of this organization increase the resilience of the regions through doing a joint lobbying action. It's a big term, lobbying, because I didn't mention it, but I am based in Brussels. It might be a bit weird because my work is to promote Baltic Sea cooperation, but I am based in Brussels. Why? Because the European Union is developing legislation that has a direct impact on the regional authorities, on the people, on different sectors. And most of the legislation adopted in Brussels and in Strasbourg will be implemented by the regions themselves. So it's important that the regions are part of the discussion to develop this European legislation, because then they are the implementers. So Southwest Finland is well represented, I can assure you, together also with the Turku EU office in Brussels, to ensure that the region's needs and interests are taken into account during the EU policies making process. And some example of joint lobbying that Southwest Finland has been doing together with other regions part of this network. It's, for example, you may have heard there is this European program called Interreg, which promotes cooperation between different regions. And a couple of years ago, the European Commission wanted to remove the cross-border maritime programs. For example, Central Baltic, where Southwest Finland is a part of. That is a crisis for the regions, because through this Interreg program, stakeholders in Southwest Finland benefit and can cooperate with other regions. So what we did through this crisis is that the regions, they did a joint lobbying. They talked together toward the parliaments, European Parliament. They talked together to the European Commission to say that's important for our people back home that we continue this cooperation. After intense lobbying, we were successful, and the Interreg Maritime Cross-Border program still exists, and the Central Baltic program will run again this period, and through that, several stakeholders will benefit from that. Another example in the energy sector, because of the Ukraine war and the crisis, there is an energy crisis that has been increased, and the European Commission has launched recently a new initiative called Repower EU, how to ensure the European Union is more independent in terms of energy. Here, the regions will have to increase their share in renewable energy, will have to set and implement some criteria. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. So here again, in 2 weeks' time, we will have a discussion with the European Commission, with the different regions, how it will affect, this new plan will affect the regions, how they can be part of the implementation. But overall, why we do this cooperation in the Baltic Sea is to build together a more sustainable, resilient and prosperous Baltic Sea region. That's a big task that no one alone can do. But we believe that together, working at the local, regional, national and European level, we can make all a contribution to that. That's the CPMR view, and also we think it's important to cooperate across sector. That's the business, university, regional authorities are around the same table to talk about these joint challenges. And there are actually existing EU programs and instruments fostering this multi-level cooperation. I've mentioned it already. There are these Interreg programs that some of you might have been involved or heard about that foster cooperation across borders. There is also the macro-regional strategy called EU Strategy for the Baltic Sea Region, EUSBSR, which is a cooperation framework between all the regions across the Baltic Sea that have set up 3 objectives: to connect the Baltic Sea together, to make it more prosperous, and to save the Baltic Sea, because what unites us is the Baltic Sea. It's our shared responsibility to make it healthy. And in a few weeks' time, in 1 month, in Lappeenranta in Finland, there will be the annual forum of this strategy, where there will be a lot of stakeholders from different backgrounds to talk about how to make the Baltic Sea region better. It's an open conference. I encourage you to come and to also be part of this event, because we all need your contribution. Checking my time, I have 1 minute left. Yes, I talked about international cooperation. It's fun, but it's also challenging. I'm sure you have all been experiencing that. It's already difficult sometimes to cooperate with the colleagues in another unit, so it might be difficult to cooperate with colleagues across the borders. Even more when they're a bit southern in Europe. But that's the part of cooperation, is that you learn and you think out of the box. You have different nationality, different language, but at the end we share the same value, European values, and in this world of rising tension, we value it even more than usual. And I see the work of CPMR and all the regions involved in that, and colleagues that I also send my greetings here, that we try to build bridges across border, bridges across people, because at the end we want, why we cooperate is to make it better for the people living, so to say, because every change happens locally. And final words is that when there is a time of crisis or a challenge, there is a natural reaction that people, they would go back home. There is this natural train of fear, and you want to retract behind the borders. But there is a second option, a bit more, requires more courage and efforts, is international cooperation, is looking behind the borders. And it's where, on the long run, you will find a solution to overcome the many battles, because it's together that we can achieve great things. Kiitos again, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucille, for your insights and examples on how to overcome challenges together in the framework of CPMR, and how we have a structure for long-term cooperation through it. Nyt pääsemme lyhyesti.
Now we get to look at our online survey results and how you, our listeners, and our audience think about increasing our resilience together. Now I'm trying to get the best view on the screen regarding the results. In the center, we have the word cooperation. Not a big surprise. This is, of course, something we want to build. We've heard plenty about how important cooperation is for resilience. And ability to think differently, initiate change, volunteer work, also mentioned. Businesses and universities, their role, dispersing of knowledge, preemptive actions, trust, preparedness, also acceptance is a word mentioned here. We have a few minutes time for our speakers to comment if any of these words raise any thoughts on how to increase resilience or bring an interesting perspective in your opinion. We'd like to hear from our speakers if possible first. Let's take Pia Leskinen first. Go ahead. Thank you. Actually, something that came up in Lucille's presentation, she said that it's difficult to cooperate with people who are in other countries, across borders. What I've learned in international cooperation is that sometimes it's easier to cooperate with people who are in different countries but who share the will to change and develop compared to people who sit in the same office room with you who may not share your way of thinking. And that is why I find Lucille's presentation and speech so great, because through international cooperation we can learn so much, and we often notice that we are quite similar in different places, even though our practices may differ. Ritva, go ahead. I paid attention to the ability to think differently. I think that is very important in change. Like Pia mentioned in her presentation, quite often we approach things as threats, considering climate change and other challenges, but they really can also bring about positive things. We can achieve positive things in our lives through challenges, and that all is based on the ability to think differently. Then if there is a short question from the audience or comment, here you have the microphone. Kivilauta from Turku. I'd like to ask about education, since the regional director introduced the topic. How can our whole educational system prepare for this change? And I mean from the way we educate our teachers to those of us who go to school as students and pupils. Usually we approach things from the front, and we kind of forget the new generations who are coming. Good point to our speakers. Kari Häkämies, if we can provide him with the microphone. I can find one from here. Thank you. That is a very relevant question. I'm, of course, the best person from the regional council. We have Esa Högblom, who is a special officer specialized in preparedness. So in this activity, we try to get an idea of what is needed beforehand. This is also a principal question. Who makes decisions about educational courses and the direction of education? We want to often centralize these decisions into a ministry, and this current regime has sort of continued this centralized manner. We don't make these decisions on the regional level. Perhaps the best example is the technical department in the Turku University. We showed for years that the need exists, but there was better information somewhere else that engineers are not needed here, or that the schools for engineers exist elsewhere, not here. So this has proven, when we look at education, although we often say that young people like to go out in the world and they're very natural at it, but it's quite confusing if we consider technology as an example, that Turku people, young people from the region of southwest Finland who would have had an interest in studying technology did not go to Espoo or Tampere to study technology. And I should, of course, say that, well, of course, that's how it is. That's sort of part of this mentality in this region, but that is not a good thing. It is not something positive. To leave your own home region to study somewhere else, that is a wise thing to do as well. To always stay put is perhaps not the wisest thing, but I think I've gone off course here with my reply. So we do a lot of work. It's not always successful. We have fashionable sectors and study fields that people seek, even though it's not the best choice perhaps. And then we have other sectors people are not interested in, although there is work. If you're a nurse, you will always have work. So that is the second challenge. And that brings us to that this question will not be solvable unless we have help from elsewhere in the world. Southwest Finland should become an area that people want to come into. With our small upcoming generations, we cannot solve this question. My generation, I'm not the youngest, and we need to unfortunately take care of ourselves. I don't think we're going to have a lot of nurses looking after us. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, now we cannot accept any further comments or questions because we have run out of time. Your feedback and your thoughts from the mendai.com will be collected and saved. We've had an interesting session regarding collaborative resilience, and we have noticed how resilience is linked to many different levels of operations, and it is an important topic in international European cooperation. We've discussed how we can together face often surprising situations of crisis, and we hope you have received new thoughts and has strengthened your trust and faith in cooperation. On behalf of the region of Southwest Finland and the Turku University of Applied Sciences, I want to thank all the participants. We can continue our discussions online and in the different forums and channels of social media. I wish you good cooperations and an interesting continuation of the Eurooppa-forum.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratiaa ja tasa-arvoa.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osalla luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratiaa ja tasa-arvoa.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta, että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osalla luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Tervetuloa.
Welcome, distinguished listeners and fellows, to Eurooppa-forum, and now to the climate forum organized by the city of Turku. This is the fourth time this is organized. This topic is very global, very extremely important topic. So welcome to discuss this here, physically present in the city theatre foyer, but also remotely. Welcome all, and we thank the technology for the joy of having wider audience through live stream during this session. My name is Anna Ståhle, and it's my great honor and pleasure for the fourth time to be the moderator of the Climate Forum. As I said, this is a very important topic, and I think through the last years and lately in general, we have seen changes and crises even, and therefore this topic has become even more and more personal than ever before. We talk about energy crisis, we talk about safety of climate anxiety, price of electricity. These are very concrete things. And now we all have to take this into account in our lives when thinking of the winter ahead of us. The city of Turku has made more tangible its own climate policy throughout the last few years. And as always in a climate forum, today we will hear some action examples of practical life actions, but we also have a wider extensive approach. What does the climate change mean for us people? And we can ask, can we really talk about an emergency, climate emergency? And that is actually the topic and headline for our panel discussion. So a warm welcome to you. And if and ever, I hope you all want to share with those who are not here what use. You can hashtag carbon neutral 2021-22 and Eurooppa-forum and Turku as well there. So that everybody who's into this will find these discussions on social media channels. So let's start. And officially, I would like to ask the opening words by Mayor Minna Arve, Mayor of the City of Turku. Welcome. Good afternoon to all of you. A warm welcome to this Eurooppa-forum and to the Climate Forum. I'm so happy that I'm here to open this forum, and this is a very important topic to me, as it is for all of us. And this is very important work carried out by the cities, but we each and everyone are asked to have understanding here, take responsibility, and also willingness and capability to set everything we do and do everything we can to the right level and assess it. I want to thank all of the speakers who are here today, sharing your expertise in this climate forum and sharing your thoughts. We need those insights in order to really tackle the right questions and have science-based, knowledge-based, right things. If you think of Europe, so Europe is burning and drying and melting as we speak. We are even late if we think about our actions, if we think of this from the wider perspective. In any case, we are forced to cope with the climate change consequences. We have to be prepared, and at the same time, we must be working not to worsen the situation. The city of Turku is a greater actor than its size because we are a pioneer city in many ways. And we have not just said that we will make declarations or speak about things, but it is important for us to do things. This has been also notified internationally. It is great to be rewarded for the work carried out here, and the European Commission has selected, amongst others, the city of Turku as the best European climate city in 2020, the average medium-sized cities of Europe. And in that series, there were other competitors, over 10,000 competitors in the same league. Therefore, we can say amongst a large number of cities, we are in the top. That is a good news for us. We also have the obligation to do deeds, but we also have the obligation to set example for other cities, what they can do. In addition to this, Turku is amongst 100 best climate cities in international CDP listing for 3 consecutive years already. Very active stakeholder in many international city networks, and one is ICI, which I want to mention, and it's a great honor for me to be vice president of this organization. The role of cities in mitigating climate change is a key role. Over 70% of all greenhouse gases are being produced in cities and close by, and mainly the sources being fossil energy used by industry and road traffic. Approximately 70% of the world's population will be living in cities by 2050, so therefore the solutions to mitigate the climate change should be targeted to cities. And they have to be deeds and actions that are easy to scale up in other cities around the world. Sort of a deeper collaboration between cities and governments is a priority in order to combat the climate change. So the countries and the towns have a role, and cities have this very practical approach in implementing action, but the governments are needed to set goals through legislation and also set common goals together with cities and regions. The more we have governments in committing itself and towns and cities involved in this work, we can create a common global objective and common language as well. At the same time, I have to say, not all governments have been able to set ambitious, high targets. But despite of that, cities in those countries function well, and that is the strength of cities and towns, and therefore we're here to talk about towns and cities. It is clear for us that strategies and roadmaps are not enough. We need legislation, we need a framework and resources as well. But first and foremost, I would say the more important thing is to do the right thing. And in order to do the right thing, we need to have science-based, knowledge-based work and base everything we do on science and data, so that the execution we do is carried out the right way. And if you think always to reduce emissions, we have been using those means, so therefore we don't have that many easy solutions anymore. We have to have more difficult decisions in place. So tomorrow's decisions will have an impact on all lives of all residents of the city, who most likely that will also have a division of opinion as well amongst the citizens. But I would say it's clear that these are very important decisions. All climate deeds are not just expensive, but these are deeds that in the long run might reduce or moderate certain costs related to housing of people. Think of energy-related costs today. So if you think of district heating in Turku, and if you're a resident within the district heating area, so you can be quite happy thinking of the near future, because we have done the decision-making. We are not using fossils anymore. We are not dependent on Russian gas or oil in order to heat homes of the residents of city of Turku. To have the efficient climate policy and to be accepted in the eyes of the citizens, it has to be visible for them. What does it mean for them? And that there are improvements in the quality of life, increasing green network, enhancing the areas where you live, or then a smaller electricity bill. The concerns of our residents of increasing energy costs has to be taken seriously, and cities must give support so that the fair energy transition and the Paris Climate Agreement 1.5-degree life is possible for all of us. And therefore, in addition to this, we have to prepare ourselves and adjust ourselves with the changes in the climate change. Turku has taken actions to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 50% of the level of 1990, so as to reduce the remaining emissions. We need everybody involved. We need companies, organizations, and citizens involved. And we've seen here in the city of Turku, like the University of Turku, Bayer, have done things here, and we will hear more about this today. City of Turku has also the objective of being the leading nature city by 2030, and it is important that we set example of a sustainable action in climate and environmental policies and communicate on that. And therefore we have a climate team in the city with a team leader and captain as well. And this is a way for us to take the message better towards the residents of the city. In the news, you might see picture of that climate change is coming and it's progressing and it might feel us concerned or even having anxiety, but being hopeless does not help us. Instead of that, we have to offer a positive model that each and every one of us can mitigate the climate change. Every person with their own action can have a say and impact things. The climate change is not only solved by individual choices or deeds by individuals, but it's solved together. We are all needed. We are needed as individuals, cities, organizations, companies are needed as well. And of course, governments are needed as well, because there is the legislation, the framework and resources in place to have more extensive collaboration. And as I said, of course, internationally as well, between the governments. As we work together the same direction, the change is possible. Thank you.
Kiitoksia, Minna.
Thank you, Minna. And as she said, the climate work in Turku is very much recognized internationally. And now we have Krista Veiva, Manager of Climate and Environment Policy from the city, to explain further in detail the results of the climate work here in Turku. Krista, please take the floor. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you on my behalf. And yes, as the mayor just said in her opening words, that Turku really shows the direction for Europe towards good climate future, together with other cities who also have a great input in this work. And it's a joy to be here in the mission of carbon neutral cities, where the Commission, the cities and all stakeholders together sort of help each other out. And let's see how the slides move. Okay, here we are. So, the mayor also explained to you some objectives of the city. So, nature, climate and circular economy combined together in the strategy of the city. And we have programs in place, documentation in place, and of course the will by decision makers, and implementation is under its way. Being a leading climate city, we have also great responsibilities. As said, minus 55%, so reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and 60% of the 2000s. So this is great numbers in reduction, but not sufficient. If you compare 6 bigger cities, per capita emissions here in Turku are the lowest, and Turku has been the quickest to reduce its emissions. And that takes place together with other 6 cities here. We are collaborating, we're sparring each other as well. A city will not do things alone. Also, Madam May also referred to university companies. There are more than 300 companies in the area developing circular economy as part of the core business, as a strategic resource and a way to prosper. And also the city of Turku also has great inputs here. And the climate plan was being adopted by the City Council first time in 2018. This year there will be an update. And in the update, climate goals were actually made more ambitious. Carbon neutrality by 2029, and that means greater emission reductions than we were able to forecast 4 years ago. And at the same time, the carbon sinks increase has to be stronger, and of course some actions to compensate for things, such as renewable energy sources or renewable energy being produced to the needs of our own area. One very important thing is the adjustment to the climate change and seeing all benefits for sustainability in the society. We have this great vision, that is that the region of Turku has a net impact to cool the atmosphere, so being climate positive city. And this is gained and achieved when we have speeding up of the process, moving towards circular economy and resources that are wisely used. We promote solutions related to climate in all investments by the city, and we will do this in the near future. We will review climate impact, and we will take that into account to achieve the goal of being climate neutral, carbon neutral. And as our mayor said, we have to adjust, we have to be ready, we have to live with these things as well. At the same time, this is a bigger change that touches the whole globe. And the area, cities, stakeholders, companies, people who are in the midst of the change are creating the future solutions. They can together offer benefits for their own areas, but also for a wider audience. And therefore, we can create well-being, investments, and at the same time, great reputation, better everyday life. So therefore, this work really matters. It has greater impact on health and well-being as well. And we'll hear more about this later today. And that was all from me. I think it's time to launch the panel, but this is a common course for all of us. You can see our website for further information. Thank you. Thank you, Rista. You have a great bridge that you made there for us. Health and well-being is what last you said. So we will continue on this with our panel. I'm sure all of us, we are now thinking of the climate change, and our views are perhaps different on the topic. Others are emotional, others use more reason, but health is one thing that it affects, and therefore we will talk about this in the next panel. How does climate change affect us, the people? And I will like to welcome the three panelists on the stage, all of you together. So, Turku, Special Advisor on Climate and Environmental Policy Questions, Niina Ruuska, welcome. And then Hospital District of South of Finland, Sustainability Director, Leena Setelä, welcome. And then Bachelor of Psychology and Regional Council in Tampere, Julia Sangerva, welcome to you as well. So all the ladies, welcome. And I thought that first I will ask you an honest question, your hand on your heart. How does climate change affect you personally?
A surprise question. Leena, you look like you'd like to start. Yes, always ready. Always prepared. Thank you for the invitation to this panel. Well, climate change impacts me in a big way. I have been involved in the sustainable development work in the hospital district for the last 3 years, and my thinking and understanding has widened greatly also through cooperation, and it has absolutely had impacts on my personal life. It's kind of back to the roots, countryside life, recycling, and decreasing my consumption. Niina, I would have mentioned similar things, definitely. I'm taking care of my own garden, so permaculture principles I'm trying to establish in my own garden and trying to add biodiversity there. Less grass and more other green plants. Julia, as a young person, it has impacted greatly my thoughts on the future and what my hopes are for the future. In my professional life, I never imagined that I would specialize in climate change. It was not originally kind of a matter of the heart for me. But I just realized that if we don't manage this, there won't be anything else either. If climate change didn't exist, I probably would have focused on some other topics and areas, but I talk about this because I have to. Interesting. You all three have a deep but a different approach to the theme, to our topic, how climate change impacts people. Let's all take turns in sharing what would you present as the most significant impact. Julia, perhaps you can start this time around. Okay, from the area of psychology, my own profession, I would say that climate change is also a mental and health crisis. You could look at it if you think that the total impacts can be direct and indirect, and also health impacts are direct or indirect. Let's say that your own living residential area is no longer livable. You have to escape, and that's a traumatic situation to a person. So that's an extreme example. And indirect impacts can be something like what we experience in Finland a lot. We follow the news, what's going on in the world, and it causes anxiety and concern in us. That is the indirect impact that we experience a lot in our everyday lives here in Finland. right now. And then from the psychological perspective, I think a lot about how we don't really consider the fact that we need to understand the human sciences. We need to understand people's behavior. We can't just dump concerning information on people and then leave them alone with that information. How many research information data do we have on how much do we study these direct and indirect impacts? It is studied to a great degree. In Finland, we have carried out a study on, and we know that as climate change progresses, we're going to have more cloudy winters, more wet winters, and people will experience more depression during the wintertime, which may increase our numbers of suicides, and this will impact, in particular, men. We also know that heat impacts people in many different ways. For example, the elderly, it increases their death rate, and heat also increases mental problems. And there are, of course, many explaining factors to that, but I think we have seen that in some of these really hot and warm summers we have seen in recent years in Finland. There is plenty of study and research into this. Okay, let's try to find some solutions to these challenges as we move on in the discussion. But Niina, what would you highlight as an impact? Well, our climate risk evaluation that we have carried out recently, there are 3 big risk areas in Turku in particular. Julia mentioned that winters are going to be darker. And one thing that was highlighted also was stormwater risks and flooding, which may cause real problems to residential areas when water comes all the way to the front door. Yes, this has happened in areas a few weeks ago, for example. Yes, that's right. And this summer we have also experienced long periods of heat, and this causes certain health. And I have to admit, I was being very hot this summer and I didn't like it very much. So the third main risks that came up in our risk evaluation, and for me as an ecology specialist, was this ecological change. The nature's ecosystem and changes there. So loss of biodiversity is a real issue, and possibly, yes, foreign species have already been introduced here, and we don't really know what the consequences will be. We can only make educated guesses that those consequences won't be very positive. And we don't know what the consequences are going to be directly to humans or indirectly to food production, for example. This area, southwest Finland, is the kind of the food source for food for the whole Finland. Leena, what would you like to point out? I look at things from the perspective of the healthcare system. How can this system deal with all these additional illnesses and health problems that people have through heat waves, for example, and the prognosis is that this is going to increase, and also from effects from the wintertime, changing weather. Our generations are getting older also. What can we do that this unfavorable development, what can we do about it that the climate change only accelerates? In the last year, preventive actions value has really become clear to me. If we are able to prevent people getting ill with any type of illness through healthier lifestyle choices, for example, we decrease the load on the healthcare system. And in that case, the healthcare system itself won't accelerate climate change because the healthcare systems nowadays are 5% of the total emissions of the country. And we have recognized that we need to do something about that as well. And we have no national program how to decrease the emissions of the healthcare system itself. So we need to turn around this big wheel also in the social and healthcare systems, that we don't actually accelerate the climate change through our own actions. Very many challenges you described on different levels, but what needs to change now? What needs to change in this moment? Preventive measures are related to all of these elements that you pointed out. Who needs to change? What needs to change? We have people here from many different types of organizations, and we welcome also input for them. What do we need to do? Well, you asked in the beginning if we should admit that climate change is a crisis. I feel that in decision-making and in everyone's everyday choices, it is not admitted. It feels like, we've had other things to think about lately. But understanding the prognosis, studying them and accepting them, I feel we need to focus our gaze to that. We have an opportunity to impact in what way, in what position we will be in to face climate change. This probably links to the mental pressures people are feeling and mental problems. Of course, we are facing multiple crises which impact people's health and mental health. Julia, what do you think? How can we help the young people, for example? And that's a really extensive question if we think about why and how young people are not doing well mentally, for example. There are many different things influencing that. I think we really need to decrease the different pressures put on the young people and support their mental well-being. And these different factors that this crisis bring about, we need more social support. Yes, therapy guarantee is an important element, but in my opinion, what we need even more is a culture where we can discuss climate change together and try to work through the feelings and emotions that it raises in us. This kind of peer support is really important. That makes people feel that this is a common crisis. Yes, it is frightening, but we are all facing it, and we can survive together. So cultural change is something I really wish for. And we need spaces and times where we can discuss these things. Those don't really exist at the moment, and that is an internal conflict that people are experiencing. They see these horrible things on the news, but then in everyday life, they're not really discussed. It's not something you can introduce at the coffee table. I'm really frightened about the world's future, let alone in the social media. That's perhaps not the most constructive space to do that either. That's right. Nina, what is the city's role? What can the city do or a municipality do? A good question, and I feel I have an answer to that. At least a partial answer. I'm really proud of something we have done, and we have created climate communication. So we try to communicate that we do these things together. For example, this 1.5-degree campaign that we'll hear more about later on today. The more visible we can make it, the better. And I think these steps and actions really alleviate the climate anxiety that people are experiencing, because you get this message from the city that they will help you. We have services, we have different projects going on, and we encourage people to climate positive lifestyles. And also this anxiety about loss of biodiversity requires further communication. It's not just up to that either. That's not what I'm saying. We have also other actions in place. For example, solving climate change, for example, in land use is an important area. We want to, we have more people coming in and living in this city, and at the same time we need to leave green areas, and we need to have areas that absorb stormwater out of the residential areas. And we all know that as the more microbes people come into touch with, the better for their health. We need green areas, so we need to keep that in mind, that well-being and residents' health are extremely important in the big picture. This is a global level topic, but of course on the national level. Leena, how do you see this? Are we looking at this from wide enough perspective regarding the impacts climate change has on people? Are people in the center? I can't say that in the circles I've been active in, Nordic and European circles, the person, the human is at the center. They are the focus, I feel. In our hospital district, for example, we asked our employees what do they want in regards to sustainable development. They said they want to be able to make sustainable choices in their work, and that is the employer's task to provide that. Then if we think about recycling and saving energy, for example, yes, this is something we do for the people. What wishes do you have for cooperation between different actors in general? What I hope for is that this would be a prevailing topic in all sectors and areas. I feel it should be a priority in every sector. I think every sector can do something about it. I want it to become a priority, common priority for everyone. Of course, we talk about in Finland often that do we as such a small country, do we need to do these things? Yes. I want to get away from that. I think it's unnecessary to talk about who needs to do something because everybody does. I would also highlight the nature-based solutions in city planning. That is how we can solve our local problems, acute problems quickly. Those are very resource-savvy solutions because we can really solve multiple problems at the same time. We make environments more pleasant, we can deal with stormwater more effectively, and they can create carbon we need cross-sectoral cooperation in city planning, different projects. Institutions of higher education are extremely important. The Regional Council of Southwest Finland and, of course, the nearby municipalities. Stormwater does not respect any borders. Thinking about the social and healthcare sector, we have enjoyed what construction and the energy industries have done for us. The Helsinki Hospital District roadmap that will be published this week, only 14% of their emissions come from the use of energy, and 86% come from their procurement, so medicine, logistics related to that, other equipment that they need. So cooperation in making procurements more green in cooperation with the companies, the suppliers, that will be something very significant in the future. So partnerships within the EU in procurement, for example, developing the sustainability is very important, and it is being done already. Very interesting. I think we could keep going for a long time still, but I hope we were able to introduce some ideas how to solve these challenges. Thank you for participating. Thank you for this discussion. And I think we can now move to what companies and businesses have been doing within the climate team here in the city of Turku. Thank you.
As the discussion just showed to us, that it is clear that companies and organizations play a major role. What they're doing in practice, what is carried out alone, and what are things done together. We all know that in the city of Turku we have had for many years the Turku climate team. Turku referred to this when she opened this seminar. If I counted correctly on the website, nearly 90 different organizations are part of the climate team here. And now we'll hear 3 examples of different companies and organizations on what they have been doing in the benefit of the climate. So we start with the company Bayer, Director of the Turku Production Facility, Tomi Penttilä. Please take the floor. It's great to be here and talk about this important topic. I have very short time, therefore I will directly enter the topic. Bayer Finland has recognized, of course, and identified challenges facing the planet, and today I will pick more closely 2. That is climate change and overpopulation of the planet. And as for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we also have taken those into account in our operations, and Bayer works on many of these, but in particular the 3 ones highlighted on the slide, other ones where Bayer Finland works on and where we feel we have a great impact. One of the Bayer's sustainable goals is to offer 400 million women access to modern contraception by 2030. In low and middle-income countries. This has a huge impact on equality for women. This has a huge impact on families, how you can have food and education for children and families, and how you can prevent unwanted pregnancies and challenges related to that, and in labor. Of course, this has also an impact on the climate when you think of the big picture. In addition to this, we draw attention to how this is carried out. First of all, in Turku, we can be very proud that we are the contraception city of the world. We are the contraception capital of the world. Finnish innovations, which are here at the basis, has a great foothold of the large objective of Bayer. In order to reach the objective, we want to do this without giving any load to the environment. And this year, we can announce this positive news. All Bayer Finland operations are today climate neutral, so carbon neutral. And this is also the objective for the Bayer Group by 2030. But we took the challenge and we wanted to see that Finland could be the first one, and I think we were the first one to do it. This is all based on the fact that for the last 3 years we were able to reduce CO2 emissions by 89%. Majority of this is, of course, related to now having renewable energy sources in place. And I really want to highlight that we need the society, we need the city, all of us, everything around, in order to see the options we have, in order for us to do the investments when we're ready for that. This is a factory. And we, in a factory, always have need for heating, air cooling, energy. Therefore, we can never reach zero. But the remaining part that is still there, we will fully compensate. In addition to the compensation, we want to activate to a certain extent our employees with different projects. And one thing we wanted to offer to our employees was the decision to get some forest. So first, there are no cuts done. A majority of trees will be then eventually used. But we offer for our employees the opportunity to have their own forest. They can really physically go there, have a meeting in the forest, if you want to have a new type of environment for your forest compared to the conference room at the medical factory. And this is in the Satava Island here in Turku, where the forest is. And I think there is now currently sort of fireplace set up and built there. So at the same time, you can have some coffee and have some sausage over the fireplace. So this was briefly the point I wanted to make, that here in Turku, we are really impacting the whole world and we take our responsibility locally as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was also related to well-being. Great example, the last one, for your employees and well-being of the people. Very concrete terms there. Thank you, Tommy, very much for that. And now, carbon neutral shipyard. And we have here from Meyer, Program Director Ilkka Rytkölä. Ilkka, please take the floor and welcome to you. Thank you. I am from Faro Shipyard and I have this very short or brief challenge for me because I now need, together with Ecosystem, create this climate neutral cruise ship. And I think sometimes people ask in programs from the audience, do you know how this is done? And I guess that nobody really will raise hand here. So that is a challenge because I don't know either. And the reason for that is that we don't know the fuel. We don't know what is when this cruise ship will be ready, what will be the fuel for it. And you see, there are no chimneys here, so you see it is a challenge. And why we consider this to be a very challenging thing is that our shipyard, and of course the products we always do collaboration, but this cruise ship will be created for 35 years. So it's built for 35 years. And what is our understanding over things of 35 years? And the fuel, that is still today very much elementary. And I perhaps go directly to this slide, which is about the carbon footprint calculations that we have made. And this explains to you why this is so challenging. If you think of the lowest pie there, if you think of the shipbuilding of the whole life cycle of the ship is only 5%. So the operation is 95%. And the fuel represents a huge part of this big picture. And therefore, hydrogen, ammonium, and all different types of new developments are very interesting to us. And in particular, it is very challenging to do in practice because the technology does not directly exist today, or it's not in use. If you go further to the left top-hand area of shipyard emissions pie chart, there you can see that when you think of test runs, and there are some emissions when being docked, that's the main thing there. But as for the city of Turku, also, in our case, main part of emissions are produced by people coming to their workplaces. So here, mobility towards the shipyard is the key thing. We have from 4,000 to 6,000 people every day coming to work in the shipyard. So how we can have carbon neutral mobility, I think we can discuss this topic with the city. Another interesting point, in the pie chart in the middle, you see steel is what we use to build the vessels, and steel it comes from the city of Rahe, and we then do expect to get carbon neutral steel. But the challenge for them is that requires huge investments, and these investments will take time. And it is the perspective by 2030 we might be reaching the point where we'll get carbon neutral steel, and that means that half of the materials, more or less, would be carbon neutral. Furthermore, about the pie chart on the right-hand side, there are a few interesting points there that describe for you the full life cycle of a vessel. And you see fuel. Fuel is the maturity, 20 plus 70% together, so 87% as a total figure. But then there are some interesting points as well. What can we do about the restoration, so food on the city, because 5% is food related of these emissions. Somebody could say that if we could cut this by 4% if all Americans became vegans. But, you know, these are big questions. and challenging things to do. But we have this great opportunity now because we got from Business Finland a major financial package. And now, together with Ecosystem, we are able to do this type of work. And you see, this is our roadmap until 35, sorry. And we are aiming carbon neutral ship and shipyard. And of course, the new future perspectives are important to us. Thank you all. And this is very important because every ship is costing 1 billion euros and it has an impact here on the Finland national economy. Therefore, it's important. Thank you.
Kiitos.
Thank you, Ilkka, for that. I don't know, can I ask you, because I know you, can I ask you, what is your way, how do you commute to the shipyard yourself? Or in general? Or should we enter the discussion now? Very briefly. There's a electric car, it's my wife's, so it's a leased car. I am not the owner of that car. Okay, that was a risky question. Thank you very much, Ilkka. And then our third example is totally different. So this is about a carbon neutral movie called Odotus, The Wait. That is the headline, at least, in my papers. And a warm welcome to actor, screenwriter Andre Alén.
Thank you. Your notes are correct. I hope you can hear me. Hello, my name is Andre Alén. We have, with my company, Backman and Hoderov, myself and Aku Louhimies, we founded this company in the first Corona spring. This is our first film, The Wait. We filmed it on the island of Seili in the archipelago of Turku. And just alone for the environment, the archipelago of Turku, it felt really important to approach this topic as green and nature-friendly as possible. And we decided to cooperate with the Compensation Foundation, and they helped us to create a production model for this film. And it became apparent very quickly that we are being carbon neutral is maybe not sufficient nowadays any longer. You should be carbon negative, and that is very difficult. We understand that it's easier for us because we're a small operator and we wanted to be a positive example and do things in that way. And through this positive example, it was wonderful to see the impacts on the crew. Every member of our crew really were inspired by this example and stood behind this production model. And I'm sure they also took away a lot from it into their own everyday personal and professional lives. These methods that we presented to our production crew. Because we're a small unit, it's easy to be flexible and to act in an agile way, but we were surprised that no one else had did this before. You know, we talk about these things a lot, but sometimes it seems that nobody does anything. And alone for that reason, it felt really important to at least try. And we were successful, I'm glad to say. I hope, and I'm sure we all hope, that this becomes the general practice, at least in Finland, where the film productions are very small. So all of those productions could be following this model. We started with really the basics, actually. We were very lucky because we were able to find the island of Seili, and then there the Turku University, big thanks to the university. Nothing would have been possible without them. Seili Island is 99% dependent or functions through electricity from solar panels during the summer months. But transportation of staff was solved in a sense that we all stayed there on the island during the week, and you were not allowed to take your own car. We carpooled. We only ate vegetarian food and as locally as possible produced. All the props, costumes were used once. Anything that was built on site was left there. So students from the Turku universities now live in the house that we renovated, which is a great thing. And finally, when we looked at our books, we followed up on everything. How much electricity did we use? How many kilometers did we drive back and forth during the production? How much waste did we generate? And based on that, the Compensate Foundation calculated our carbon footprint, and then afterwards it was compensated for. I like to say that we're a small actor, but I recommend this to everyone, at least looking into it. I think it's a really great thing for a work group or working community because it creates a sense of us doing things together. That took us by surprise, what a positive influence that was. And Turku is a great place to work. And thank you all for the work you do for this in this topic. Don't remove your microphone yet. A question. Did this leave you with any permanent changes to your work methods? Was this an educational process? Yes, it was, and it did leave me with certain methods. And I hope, I like to think that I had started this process already before, and this is why we ended up creating this model. So this was done in 2020, and last year we did another movie where the environmental message is even stronger. And I really hope we can continue making films for the eternity. And the most important thing I forgot to mention in television and films is important that we talk about these themes in the content. Environmental values, don't lecture, but be smart about it and introduce them in a way that gets people excited and interested. That's influential. Thank you. Looking at our next panel, is this a climate emergency? I hope we can avoid lecturing, but I wonder if that's possible. But this is in the hands of the panelists not to lecture if they so wish. So let's see. Yes, a very heavy topic, or the title, is this a climate emergency? I'd like to introduce and welcome our panelists. Niina Ratilainen, Turku City Councillor, member of the EU Committee of the Regions. And welcome Teresia Bilola, Policy Specialist for Sustainable Development, Climate Reality Leader, Deputy Councillor in Turku, and EU Climate Pact Ambassador Pekka Reinikainen from DG Klima. We have agreed with Teresia that Finnish, English, any language that works, whatever comes is going to be fine. Very good. You have interpretation available? I don't need it. Great, wonderful. Okay, but anyway, you can use English if you wish. I thought we would start with the question in the title. Let's start with that. Do you feel we are facing a climate emergency at the moment? Who wants to start? Teresia? I could start. I will speak in English.
I will start from a very personal perspective because, like I always say, climate change is science, but it is human also. This is not a question anymore. I think the answers are everywhere. I lived the heat wave in the UK last month. And the second thing that is like an awakening for me, that there is a climate emergency, is that my hometown where I grew up is now one of the most polluted cities in the world, it has a PM of 2.5, which is a high health risk. So things like that make you know that there is an emergency. We don't need all the big grammar about emissions and all of that. I like to speak climate action from personal perspective. How does it affect the ordinary person? I think we need to call more to that emotion. Exactly. How does it reach the ordinary person? It took that for me to become this active in climate action.
What are the consequences in your hometown, concretely?
Okay, that city I'm telling you about is known for the finest wood furniture in the country. So it's a clear example of when you put economy over environment, what happens. We have the best wood furniture, but now we have the worst air quality because most of the trees that were there are no longer there. And there are about 7,000 deaths in Cameroon now that are due to air pollution. And this is just one example of how it can be deadly to not think about the effects of our actions on the environment.
Mutta selkeästi se, että tunnetasolla puhutaan asioista, niin se saa meidät ehkä toimimaan.
But it's important to act and take into account our emotions, how we act on the basis of our emotions. I feel that Teresia described those concrete reasons very well in the way that climate change is apparent in people's lives. In Britain, in the heat waves this summer, those taken place also outside of Europe this year. In Britain, they decided to cover a bridge with a material because the heat impacted the structures in a serious way. If this isn't an example of an emergency, I don't know what is. The seriousness of climate change as an emergency is clear. If we have a challenge everywhere in the world that we need to impact, if we lose things permanently, I think is an example of emergency in any topic. Why not in climate change? What does climate emergency, in your opinion, mean? If you're ready to declare it, who should declare this emergency and what happens then? That's an excellent question. For example, the European Parliament has declared in 2019 a climate emergency, and these declarations have been seen all around. I feel that measures are the most important thing. That is the promise and invitation to the citizens to get involved. But of course, all emergencies have an impact, such as enabling different measures that are stronger. Through emergency declarations, we can really change structural things. Our final panelist, do you agree with the other two panelists? Or how would you describe climate emergency? Well, my approach, of course, first of all, climate change impacts everything on this globe. If we look at the globe, the world, it's a collection of different living things, organisms, and we remove humans from the equation. What is left is a group of living species, plants, who don't have a freedom of choice regarding their reactions and approaches to the situations. They have two options. Either they adapt to what's happening, and the second one is that they die. Loss of biodiversity, in other words. If we then introduce people, we are a strange species in that manner that we have the power to make decisions about our approaches and our reactions and our attitudes. So if we set aside all this climate stuff for a couple of years and then we would return to the topic in a few years, and this brings us to a comparison if we imagine that this is like a long-distance running event. And suddenly we are in a situation that everything has surpassed us. With our delaying measures, we have been left behind in the reality that is caused by the climate change. I believe that animals, the nature, have surpassed us at least by one round in that scenario. And for that reason alone, I agree with the other two panelists, and regardless of any research information, we are facing a climate emergency. So we have fallen, but history has shown us that we can still rise. Do we have hope? We have hope, yes. But the hope is decreasing, and that is the problem in this equation. We have certain point of no returns, and we will be facing them one by one. Let's highlight one story that said that nowhere in the world is rainwater safe any longer. That is just almost unbelievable. So that is a point of no return. So the further we delay with these measures and dealing with this situation, the more of these we will be facing. Considering the current times, we are facing a lot of different crises. We have the pandemic, there's a war in Europe, we have loss of biodiversity, financial insecurities, economical insecurities. What type of possibilities do you see, minuses and pluses? Is this the moment when we finally wake up and we face the reality of everyone having the necessity to act? And what about factors that really slow us down? What are these different sides to this story?
There are many pluses to this. We can already see what is happening with energy and how we are worried about what will happen this winter. I think it's a wake-up call on how dependent we were on fossil fuel. So that is a plus for the crises that are going on. And then the second thing that the pandemic and all these crises that have happened have taught us is to be able to live what I call glocally. So living locally but thinking globally. How is your action? How is your daily life affecting the next person? And how is it affecting the next community, the next country, and so on? We saw how Corona started, and I remember sitting in a restaurant here in Turku and making jokes about it. And 1 month after, we were locked in. And that hit home. We are all connected in some way. I think this is the kind of message that we need to send out about climate, even for those who think that it's so far away, it's never going to get here. So this is one lesson we can learn from the current unrest and uncertainty that we have.
So it in a way comes close enough to our personal lives, so we start to act accordingly.
Yeah, and I think the summer has also taught us that we can't be here. It has been unbearably hot. I like hot weather, but this summer I was uncomfortable.
Yeah. Pluses, minuses, plussia, miinuksia, mitä löytyy? Pekka.
Pluses and minuses, what can you identify? Pekka, can you mention some minuses perhaps? Due to the DG Klima and being the EU Climate Pact ambassador, I'm also involved in a commercial leading consulting, Kaya Consulting, climate advisor. So I look at this topic from many different sides, and we have more than one crisis. They are simultaneous, and all of them require all of our energy, both financial and mental, that we have at our disposal. After the 24th of February, I have been very, very furious at one particular person just across the eastern border, and I still am, because truly we would need every billion that is being blown up through explosives. We would need all of those billions in the climate work. The world's GDP is about 85 billion US dollars. So 85 and 12 zeros following. It's an immense amount of money. And it has been calculated that taking care of the pandemic costs 12 billion, and the climate crisis would require about 15 billion in the near future. And then we end up with a discussion on where is our world economy? What is it based on? Is it just calculatable that, you know, if we do things in a particular order, we have it covered? Or is it going to explode in our hands? So we are living under extreme risks because we have climate change, we have loss of biodiversity, we still have the pandemic, and we have the war in Ukraine. And we don't even know the results of that yet. Are you concerned that attention is going to turn away from climate change due to these other crises? Well, it has done that. It has happened already. Horrible things are happening in Ukraine, and people have been very tied up with that. And so it feels like people want to set aside climate issues and look more at the more current new topics. And when pandemic started, for a while we were only looking after the pandemic-related issues. We've moved along from that, hopefully, but now we have this new. Since last spring, we've heard mostly about the Ukrainian crisis. So the gaze has been turned away from climate change. Nina, what about on your list of pluses and minuses? Well, we know that loss of biodiversity and climate change are going to accelerate pandemics, uncertainties in food supply and food safety, economical shocks, and that can lead to escalation of different types of crises. So all of these crises are linked in this time and possibly in the future as well. Regardless of which crisis we talk about, it's good to go back to the origins. And then we do talk about the emissions. We need to get a grip on loss of biodiversity so that when we are trying to solve any one of these crises, we are not just putting a Band-Aid, but we are actually curing the illness. You asked me for the pluses, and I'm trying to find one. So being human, I feel, is also about being able to do something significant in your life, something meaningful. We are all living in a historical turning point. Many generations before us have been living at historical turning points as well. So any kind of action is significant, and I think people have an opportunity to get motivated by that. I think we have a lot of people present here in the theater and also online in whose work this approach is a very much motivating factor. One more question for all of you. I know, people need to do so many things, but what are the most critical measures right now so that we sort of move away somewhat from this nightmare scenario? Teresia, do you want to go first? What do we need to do right now?
Particular actors or particular actions, but I will point on mindset again, and especially for Finland and Turku. How do we create a sense of community here? How do we include those groups that are out of these discussions, because they are, and there are many of them. How do we include such groups in a way that they know that we are not calling them to take part, we are calling them to be a part of these discussions? How do we communicate in a way that it doesn't look like we are like-minded people echoing each other? How do we move from having tribes of this competence to communities that understand that they have to act together, and it's communities against this crisis? It's not different tribes of society speaking about these issues and then calling different groups to act on them. I think it's something that we need to work on in Finland and in Turku especially. Do we have a sense of community? It's going to be easier for what the policymakers are writing and speaking to get to the people if there is this sense of community and people feeling that they are part of this discourse. It's not enough for you to tell me that there is a climate plan and
do something.
And then the second thing that I have noticed in most climate discussions is that they offer hopelessness. They talk about all there is and what is going to happen, and then leave the individual not knowing what they can do. So you go home thinking the world is going to end tomorrow.
That's why I'm trying to bring hope into the discussion desperately.
Yeah. So we have to look for points of what can this person do? After all this my talking, what is this person able to do? So I'm very excited to hear about the 1.5 degree life, because it brings home all of what we are talking about. So we don't end up talking to the rider, and then the elephant is wandering off. The rider is the rational mind, and the elephant is the emotional mind. We should learn to speak to the emotional mind. That's where risk is assessed, and that's where action comes from. It doesn't necessarily come from Russia.
Kohta kuullaan 1,5 asteen elämästä.
Yes, we will soon hear about 1.5 degree life. What else could we name as critical measures? I feel that, Nina, we have heard a lot about a lot of concrete examples of what we can do in our work life and also in our personal lives and in our near environment that we can have an impact on. This is a very positive force. Systemic change is, of course, very important. We live in a society that is in the planetary limits, 1.5 and hopefully at some point 1 degree or 0 degree life. And I would go back to when we talk about change or we are investing or drawing up plans, let's raise our hands and remind everyone of nature and the climate. How is that visible in this decision when we talk about big financial decisions, for example, and how are these decisions in line with our climate goals? And that is the kind of systemic change that we can, as citizens, be involved in to remind decision makers at every turn of the climate perspective. I agree, Teresia, with you that it's important to make people understand what this is about. And I'm also of the same opinion with you, Nina, that everybody can do something. 2 concrete examples that we should present. One is smoking. If we go back 30 years, probably, people would be smoking here, at least half of them in the audience, without any second thoughts. And smoking has decreased to a really, really high degree, and that has big impact health-wise and also otherwise. And the second example, you go to Prisma supermarket, to the ready-made food section, and now you see a lot of vegetarian-based choices, vegan choices compared to 20 years ago. And that is also because people have changed their behavior and their habits, and that has really pushed this change forward. So In addition to it being important that we understand what happens if we don't do anything, it's also important to understand that we can act and be a positive influence. Thank you, dear panelists, for this discussion, and I hope we were able to dig up hope also in this discussion. Thank you, everyone.
And as promised, we will be talking about 1.5-degree life. As said, City of Turku is promoting this actively through different ways. So 1.5-degree life means environmentally friendly lifestyle that supports the demanding climate goals. So next we will discuss how can you lead such life in the city of Turku. First speaker is from City of Turku, Climate Environmental Policy Project Specialist Lotte Suveri. Lotte, the floor is yours. Welcome. I hope you can hear me. So let's now talk about the local perspective next. So if you think of the carbon footprint for every person of Turku, it's 8.4 tons. In order to reach the climate goals, it should be reduced a lot, as you can see on the timeline here. And the transition is a big challenge. First, we have to be more sustainable consumers, but there is a better way of having meaningful life and everyday life that is better. We have the carbon neutral objective by 2029. And in this work, we need everybody on board, citizens, companies. The city cannot affect what the individuals do in their daily life or what they decide to do, but the city can make sustainable choices more attractive for people. And I will give you a few examples on this. Turkey is a good city for cycling. We have short distances in the city. I'm a cyclist myself. Sometimes I'm annoyed, but we all of a sudden run out of the cycle lane. So there are things that you can improve, and I know improvements take place as we speak. And the latest thing in the city are these blue boxes, that is maintenance points for cars. Bicycles, and you can find these around the city. And the city bike system has been reformed, and it's now more extensive. We have better cycling lanes that have been planned. I'm happy about this. For instance, here at the riverbanks and other streets in Turku. And as for the service map, they have included now services for mobility. You can check this out yourselves. And fully, the urban transportation has increased the number of electric buses. And I think you could always propose that your workplace could, use this for commuting. Electric bus fully offers you a benefit of commuting card. So traveling to work with this card is an opportunity for you. And then there are also fully buddies. So elderly people are encouraged to take the buses with this initiative and to learn new routes with a mate or a guide. If you're slightly excited to test out public transportation, I know this is a long-term perspective, but as said, moving and transportation is a big source for emissions when we think of first reducing the energy emissions. Now, actually moving over to energy questions. This is the Turku University campus, so it is going to be energy positive, so it will produce more energy than it consumes at an annual level. So after this project, there will be the solutions spread out to other areas as well. Turku has switched all street lamps to LED lights and has been having energy efficiency and energy saving measures for years in order to save a lot of money. And of course, you should do this at home as well. You've seen the headlines, the news, tips on how to save on energy costs. The city has also drafted a guideline or manual how to move to a producer of solar energy if you are into that. So it's a path of services, and you get permits and things like that from this service. Furthermore, circular economy. The library is a great place, an example of circular economy. In everything, I think we should apply circular economy. All materials are being circled, and we have common use of matters and things, and that we share resources. So we already have to a great extent in the city operations, in companies, circular economy present, but in order to reach the climate goals, the whole region should have circular economy in place. And I know it's a systemic change, which is a huge change, and therefore we have a roadmap for circular economy in Turku to set some guidelines how the transition can take place here. You can find this online in order to get it or get to know it better. There is an electronic library bus as well. This also gives the idea of sharing things. It's very close to the residents of the municipality, and it's a practical example, and we need more of this. How can your own everyday life, in your house and company, you can share things and thus reduce emissions? And then the last point here relates to food and recycling of food. So it is still that mixed waste still contains a lot of bio-waste, even though here in Turku we create biofuel from mixed waste. But then, of course, you would have sort of low emissions in the traffic when we have this right approach in place. In cities and kindergartens, they have now reduced the red meat amount and increased plant protein. And also at home, you can make choices related to food in order to reduce your own emissions. Thank you, everything. It was a very quick review on the topic. Thank you. Please have a seat over there. We have two more examples. So the fellow bodies in public transportation, that's funny, that's nice news, a new thing for me. And we have two next speakers on Zoom. And the first example is about the circular economy. It's about circular textiles. And we have from Jätehuolto, and we have Senior Specialist Circular Business and Product and Business Development, Sini Ilmonen. So welcome to you, Sini.
Paljon kutsusta tänne Ilmasto-foorumiin.
Kerro meille tekstiilien kierrätys.
Could you please tell us about recycling of textiles? What is going on there?
Olemme jätehuollosta ja ollaan 18 kunnan omistama Turku siellä suurimpana omistajana.
The interpreters want to note that there is a low quality of sound at the moment. The interpreters are not getting the sound directly.
Mukainen ratkaisu. Tekstiilit on tietty vain yksi jätejää, mitä me...
The interpreters will do their best. So we have been collecting for a longer term textiles, but we have seen that this is one of the most valuable materials in the mixed waste, and we should recycle and collect separately textiles. Let's see if I'm able to share my screen and continue with my slides. Yes, we talk about consumer post textiles, and what does that mean? It means all the textiles that you find at home that is no longer needed, and it's textiles, garments worn out with holes that we collect together. And of course, there are also textiles that we can reuse, and we want to save all those garments that can be reused. But in Finland, the post-consumer textiles collected from households is the responsibility of the municipalities. So they respect the environment and they then recycle the textiles. And how do we do this in practice? Here in Finland, we have about 30 systems or waste management systems and companies that are owned by municipalities, and we cover the whole country. And with all of the area regional operators, we have now made a national network, and it is 2025 when we have this in elsewhere as an obligation, but we are front runners in Finland. By the end of this year, all waste management systems will be involved in Finland in collecting textiles. Now we already have 16 waste management systems that cover the area of 4 million inhabitants of Finland. Locally speaking, when we first collect the textiles, we sort them because textiles get stale and very short time. So therefore, from the economical perspective, from the environmental perspective, it does not make sense to send from Lapland textiles here to southwest Finland. No, it is going to be local pre-sorting that takes place, and then after that they're being shipped to the area of Turku, for instance, to be handled and processed further here. So sorting, I already mentioned this. All textiles have to be sorted by the quality of the textile, and it has to be manual. Currently, it is manual sorting that takes place. Globally, there are certain examples already about automated lines and conveyors for this, but that technology is still in progress. It's being developed. Of course, we use technology already today here in Finland as well, and we have this infrared identification scanner that we are using that can identify the different textiles and materials from the lot. And I'm sure that we will then later have further sorting and even seeing the manufacturing. Was it sewn textile or was it something that was handmade? Furthermore, in the city of Paimio, we have a mechanical system to open the fibers. And what does the system do? It opens up the textiles, first cutting into shred first and then opening these into raw material, that is the fiber. And we are together on the same roof with Elster, which is a privately owned company. We are a municipal company ourselves, but we make sure that we collect things from the residents, and then the textiles register company will make sure that they will be corporate textiles, like from laundry, hotels, hospitals, and they will collect those textiles, or from production size streams. Here's some products. I wanted to show this to you. So different colors, different sorts. It depends what you have on the line. What is the outcome after the machine? You have jeans here, you have wool here, and linen here. So very different looking. It depends on the source material that is being used, whether it's color-based sorting. The objective with the Paimio system is to create the raw material for the industry and for companies, but also for research purposes. We talk about a pilot line because we do carry out small-scale testing. We don't only seek to have easy solutions and have natural fiber solutions and circular economy solutions, but we want to offer a holistic package and solve the issues for all materials. Furthermore, the industry and the markets are not yet there. They are not ready. So therefore, we are building this step by step to have all the chains and value chains in place. And quite often we have the Baltic Sea area countries involved. So sometimes we go even further to Europe. And therefore, we have international cross-country, across the borders, some common approaches and cooperation with the research institutes and companies as well. As for future perspectives, I said we have the pilot line in the town of Paimio, launched last year. Now we have from Business Finland financial package, and now we are planning a larger plant in Topinpuisto Center of Recycling in Turku. Our objective is to reach and get all post-consumer textiles from Finland to be appropriately recycled, and possibly also reach out to the countries across the Baltic Sea to offer processing services. If you want to hear more, I'm here. Thank you, Sini. I'm sorry I needed to interfere here, and we are running 5 minutes over time, so I hope that next speakers will forgive us for that we are exceeding our time slot, because we have also one more presentation from Ecological, and that's also done remotely, and then Mika Maskola will also speak at the final part of the event. So I will just take over and take the decision to go over time a bit. So we have Nora online as well, and she will explain to us Eco Support Coordinator, and she's Special Advisor and Eco Support Coordinator. Hello, Nora, remotely. Hello, I hope you can see my presentation. Just a moment, please. I don't know if you see my desktop currently. Just a moment, please. I have technical challenges here. Can you see my presentation?
Okay, now.
No, we cannot see that, but can you just, in your own words, explain the topic to us? So, Eco Support of Turku? Yes, I can do that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and first explaining what is Eco Support. The objective of Eco Support is to increase awareness of the environment, the workplaces, and sustainability as well. So we are having concrete terms, what you can see everything in your own workplace and in your unit. In practice means that every unit needs to name their Eco Support individual who will get education around sustainable development. And the support person will then share their expertise with their colleagues in the units where they work. And why this Eco Support is a good choice? And as I said, so this is a way to make sure that you act according to these values. And that, of course, requires that you are committed. Employees and the management are both committed to this. We've been now working in Turku for 10 years. And throughout that time, we've been working together with Wallonia. And throughout the years, we've also carried out good measures and campaigns. One example of such, I could mention the savings campaign for saving electricity with the Cultural Service of Turku and Eco Support. Our first year, we were able to show that we saved 569 megawatt hours, and second year 270 megawatt hours. So with the current price of electricity, about 150,000 euros of savings. And from the climate perspective, you can see that it has a huge impact. So now we've been here for 10 years, but now thinking of the future, what does Eco Support want to do for the next 10 years? We want to do our share to really take these challenges that are the topic ones in the environmental energy policies. We want to use the extensive network that we have in place and to generate ideas and use the expertise we have. This was a brief explanation. Thank you, Nora. Very good. Without any slides. Great. Thank you for joining us. And I think that was a great example that we need help and support in our daily decision makings and acts. And Eco Support is the great way to do it. Now, so wise words to conclude this all. So, Chairperson of City Council, Mika Maskola, Chair of the City Council, go ahead. Wisdom to you. Well, thank you for that. It is great to be here today with you. So, distinguished listeners, ladies and gentlemen, now this is the conclusion of this event, and perhaps I can draw some conclusions together. Excellent panel discussions and great presentations. I will not really make any particular highlights of any individual points because I should mention everything if I want to do that. Therefore, I want to propose great applause for all of the speakers, panelists, and also for the organizers. So applause for them.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing that we in Turku can be very proud of, and that is the climate policy we have in place. Of all big cities in Finland, we managed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions the fastest and the most. We've been able to reduce more than half of the emissions of the 1990 level. This was mainly done with the transitions from fossil energy forms to renewable energy sources. By 2025, up to 95% of all heating and electricity will be produced with renewable energy forms. When invested for the last 10 years, already over 500 million euros to the energy transition, and we will continue our investments in order to reach the goal, carbon neutral city by 2029, while leaving fossil energy forms behind us. And early on, we now face a better situation compared to many other cities or countries, which now have to do this transformation quickly because of the huge level and increase of expenditure. The Russian war attacked Ukraine was not only actually Ukraine, but it was an energy war against Europe. At the same time, energy war is against the climate change, and leaving behind fossil fuels and energy forms is now more important than ever. Despite of this, the need to replace Russian gas made Germany this year to seek carbon energy as a solution in this emergency, even though the German government had the main goal of a reduction on leaving coal by 2030. But also China has decided to give new permissions to build carbon power plants, because there is a economic pressure behind it. Even now, we still have to reduce our financial dependence on Russia and China, but we need to have contacts with all countries to find sustainable solutions so that we can have the energy transformation in a managed way without human urgency and without serious threats to the economies. We have to make sure that climate questions will not be forgotten behind because of energy prices going up and because of the great powers and their conflicts. Climate change is still here and will be the major threat for humankind. Turku is a forerunner here. We have a great responsibility to set the example of implementing the energy transformation set by the government, but also setting out climate goals and implement them. So we have to take this message between all cities, but also in the different arenas and fora nationally and internationally, and make people sure that they set the example, that we can show that it is possible. Thank you everyone for being here. Even though we now end this session, the Eurooppa-forum has just begun and there are great events underway. I encourage all of us to participate in the events as many times as possible for you. So we now end this session and thank you all. Thank you.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you for these words. So yes, indeed, we have ended the session. Thank you everybody online as well in the event. And we will continue, of course, discussions here in the arena, your forum, but elsewhere as well. Thank you. Have a nice day, all of you.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, joissa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, joissa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan, ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
No niin, hyvää iltaa.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to discuss and hear about the Baltic Sea region cooperation and the EU. I noticed that in the program of the Eurooppa-foorumi, there's a quote from me The most important framework for the cooperation in the Baltic Sea area is the EU strategy, because most of the EU area, Baltic Sea area states belong to the European Union, and that this makes the Baltic Sea an important route for most of these countries. And this is very evident also in our everyday work. I'm Kirsi Ahlman. I'm the Deputy Director from Centrum Balticum. And with me here today I have Henrik Veikanmaa from the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. You have been active with strategy work for a while already. Then we have Juhani Ailio, my colleague from Centrum Balticum, also an expert with strategy work. And then representing the thematic political side, coordinator for PA SAFE, Valtteri Laine from Traficom, the Finnish Communication and Transport Agency. So many different perspectives into the Baltic Sea strategy. Some background. Centrum Balticum has for several years already, as an everyday work, been communicating about the Baltic Sea strategy, and also in recent years some administrative tasks. In 2016 we started to coordinate and lead a project on Baltic Sea communication, and this work bears fruit in such a way that in October we are starting completely new activity here in Turku, Baltic Sea activity point. And this has been defined and given a mandate to act in the operational program of the Baltic Sea, and the Commission has approved this. This is a permanent function, and the city of Hamburg is going to participate on it with us. And today we're going to talk about the Baltic Sea strategy in general and how does that guide the development of the region, and how do these 14 different policy areas of the strategy work. So let's start with the big picture, that is the national level. Henrik, could you tell us what is the Baltic Sea region strategy, EUSBSR? Good. I will try to open up the terminology and what is in the background of the strategy. And first, about my role, the ambassador of Finland to the Baltic Sea TBC. I work in her team until the end of July. Now my role is different, but that is the basis for why I am here. So the EU's strategy for the Baltic Sea region is a platform for the cooperation between the Baltic Sea states and the EU, and its task is to answer to such challenges for which it is most effective to answer in a coordinated way through cooperation between the different states. So the strategy is the basis for the cooperation between several Baltic Sea area states and the EU. And the idea is to target funding from the EU in a sensible and effective way through cooperation between these states. And regarding the cooperation in the Baltic Sea region, that is divided into different parts. The strategy is one of it, but also the Council, Nordic cooperation structures, different organizations of the Baltic Sea region. And the strategy, like I said, is an essential part of this. And the EU's Baltic Sea region strategy, EUSBSR, in other words, was founded on a Finnish initiative in 2009. And this Baltic Sea strategy is the oldest EU's macro strategies. The other are the Donau area in 2010 and Lyon, and then 2015 Alpine area or Alpine region strategy. And the Baltic Sea strategy includes 8 EU states that border on the Baltic Sea. And as actual, so Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Estonia, Poland, Germany, Latvia and Lithuania. are members, and we do have cooperation on a practical level also as suitable with countries in the area that are not part of the European Union. And such countries were mentioned, Russia, Norway, and Belarus. So there are some external countries to the EU that participate. Russia and Belarus were involved in the practical networks, for example, and some projects, but this cooperation was suspended in March 2022 due to reasons that we all know. Russia's attack on Ukraine and the situation it caused, the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region and the common development and activities may become even more important than what it was previously. Important things in the strategy include, for example, cooperation on energy and transportation, and the East Baltic Sea strategy has a clear role in those areas. Then if we open up the strategy further, on the practical level, 3 goals that are mentioned in the strategy are save the sea, connect the region, and increase prosperity. So improving the status of the Baltic Sea, connecting the countries with each other, and creating prosperity in this area. And the strategy includes 14 policy areas, and most of those deal with a multitude of questions. I will now mention all these 14 PA Nutri. 1, a nutrient level decrease in the Baltic Sea PA hazards, which targets the hazardous substances, prevention in Baltic Sea PA bioeconomy, development of bioeconomy. 4, PA ship, maritime and seafaring emissions decrease. 5, PA safe, increasing safety in maritime and seafaring transport, PA transport. And 7, PA energy, energy markets in the area, cooperation in the energy sector. PA special planning, land planning and planning for the sea areas. 9, PA secure, prevention and preparedness and work against human trafficking. Then tourism, developing of tourism. Then cultural cooperation. And 12, PA innovation, making use of innovations. And PA health, number 13, health sector cooperation. And education is number 14. PA education, it's a long list of things, and as we can see, the focus on the Baltic Sea strategy is not on the sea area alone. So our focus is a strategy which includes a lot of common questions for the Baltic Sea states. And then a few words about the administration regarding this strategy, so you can better understand how this is implemented. So we update our operational action plan regularly. That can be found on the website of EU SBRSR, and this came into force in 2021 February, the newest version, and this includes, for these 14 policy areas, altogether 44 different measures, and for each measure we have different indicators through which we evaluate whether they have been realized or not. The administrative structure for this strategy is that the strategy is being led by a group of national coordinators, and Helena Tuuri, the ambassador of Finland to the Baltic Sea, TBC, leads the activities in Finland and represents Finland in this strategy and is responsible for the implementation on the national level. Then on the policy area levels, the 14 policy areas, a policy area coordinator, BAC, is used often for those coordinators, and this task can be shared between different countries. And in many of these policy areas, we have several coordinators who share the task. And then these 14 policy areas also have steering groups and a representative from each 8 countries who guide and manage the practical implementation on reaching the targets. Then the strategy also has a secretariat. Juhani is going to tell us more about that. Baltic Sea Strategy Point that helps the implementation. And European Commission also has a significant role in the strategy in the regional and urban development area. DG Region offers strategic coordination and consulting and make sure that this strategy is paid attention to in other EU measures. And then we have a high-level group on the EU level, and they coordinate all 4 macro policies and their implementation. This strategy model is quite experimental and cross-sectoral. So the local regional organizations and the Baltic Sea level and national level have this their role in the coordination of this strategy. That's in the summary. And here you can see a picture on the screen which summarizes the structure well. There are a lot of different organizations and levels and people behind these levels. And when we talk about strategy, it seems to be something mystical. Henrik, how can you participate in this strategy, and how is funding related to this strategy? Always an important question for any newcomers. Is there something there for me in regards to funding for something I am due? Well, getting involved and participating, the strategy is quite flexible what comes to the different organizations who can participate. This is not about 2 same-level actors cooperating in 2 different countries. If you or your organization is interested in getting involved in this strategy, a good channel would be to get in touch with the policy area coordinator who is coordinating the policy area that you're involved in. Another way to do this is to get in touch with the Finnish member of the steering group in the policy area in question, and you can find the contact information on the strategy website. And if those 2 routes don't work, then Helena Tuuri, the Ambassador of Finland to the Baltic Sea, TBC, and her team, don't be shy getting in touch with them either. And Juhani and Kirsi here in Turku were available for you. You can always call us. Regarding funding, the strategy is based on so-called 3 E's, 3 no's: no new funding, no new institutions, and no new legislation, those principles. So the strategy doesn't have allocated funds. Funding is supposed to come from different existing instruments. Administration for the funding is being funded partly due the Interreg Baltic region channel or instrument, but this is only one of the funding instruments. So the plan is to fund this from many different sources in the EU and also outside the EU. So the field is very extensive, and I'm sure creativity is welcomed in regards to how to find new ways, and whatever your channel or window is to get participating. Thank you, Henrik. And then let's go to the right-hand side lower. There you can see Baltic Sea Strategy point. This is the new thing that we'll start to work on with the city of Hamburg. And Juhani, you could start and tell us what is this BSB? Thank you. I will do that. Henrik's provided a good background for this, and that gives a good reason for this BSB. All this complicated structure requires support functions in order to function, and the BSC is going to act as the secretariat of this strategy. It's going to produce different support services, administration, communication. It's going to develop cooperation platforms and so on. And as was already mentioned, it will function. The mandate comes from the action plan. The national coordinators are going to be the managing people. And technically, the Baltic Sea Strategy Point is going to technically be a project, but like I said, it is in the action plan, so it's going to be a permanent function in the same way as the national coordinator's role is going to be. Thank you. That was a good summary. Then if we think about BSB as BSP as a function, so different coordinators in the policy areas like Valtteri here, and national coordinators, so representatives from the foreign ministries. Juhani, tell us more about what it is that we're going to do in order to make sure that the key figures are going to do their jobs better. When the action plan was updated, we noticed clear needs for making things effective, focusing things better. Different needs were formalized into BSP, Baltic Sea Strategy Point, and its role is to be at the center of this strategy. It's like the spider in the spider web, in such a way that when we have these key groups, national coordinators, policy area coordinators, members of the steering group, BSP is going to work with all of them and support them in their own way. With the national coordinator, they're going to be providing support for the management, so we're going to prepare decisions, we're going to support this decision-making process with different administrative measures, and for the national coordinators, we're going to have cooperation channels, internal communication, and towards the steering group members, we can produce different materials and different methods, for example, and we will collect and combine the whole group in order to develop the strategy into a common goal so that we can make this whole structure work in an effective way. Henrik, could you tell us, in addition to the Baltic Sea Strategy Point, what else do we have on the table except that we get started quickly with this strategy point? Well, starting this Baltic Sea Strategy Point, in addition, what is essential is that we're going to implement the structures of this action program that stepped into force 1.5 years ago. And we need clearer rules we want to implement. It's still ongoing. And a second fairly key issue is monitoring and evaluation system that needs to be organized. It has been a challenge that measuring concrete results and communicating about those in the public is not always easy, because the results are often very technical and don't necessarily cause a lot of public interest. So So in this new action model and after the secretariat, so the strategy point gets started, we want to improve how this is monitored and evaluated. Also, we want to have a wider source of funding sources and introduce that into the implementation of the targets, and the new EU funding period is starting, so this is a good opportunity to do that. And now at the same time, I could also say that Finland is organizing a forum on the 28th and 29th of September, and this is a very key event. And these 8 countries involved take turns in organizing it. We have, for example, 2 Finnish ministers who are confirmed to appear as speakers, and they will talk about this strategy on a slightly different level. In addition, we will then divide into 6 different sessions: societal safety, climate, energy, connections, and reacting to different shocks, among other topics. So if you're interested, registration will still be open until mid-September. So I think it's well worth it to sign up. Juhani, next question to you. When we talk about the current state of the strategy, yes, we will get started with the Baltic Sea strategy point, and Henrik mentioned funding sources. Embedding is the word that we use, so that funding sources and operations meet in a better way, and then also the big monitoring and evaluation, creating such a system with the help of the strategy point. Why don't you add something about the chairmanship of the national coordinators? Tell us something about that, because also the topics and themes change. What do we know about the current state and what's to come?
Right. I'm not sure whether the microphone is working. I hope so. Yes, as said, there is rotation of the chairmanship between the member states, as is typical for any organization like this. So that each member state has their own priority list. But as we move on with BSP and we're able to work continuously with national coordinators in this group, we are able to get support. So continuity can be created for the group, and we can further steer the development of the strategy in a more coherent way. So there's support given to the chairmanship, and we set goals, and as achieving the goals, we do it in the way that the chairmanship and the member states, of course, want to see. So here we are. Okay, so currently it is Sweden that has a chairmanship. I took over that in June, so the first steps have been now taken. And for the last 2 years or so, we have a close-knit collaboration with the chairmanships of Germany and Lithuania. But as I said, every chairmanship is different, as Juhani referred to already. So, Henrik, before we actually move over to the concrete action, Valtteri will take floor on that. So, give us an example. But, Henrik, how would you say, what is the meaning of this to Finland, so that the strict point works here in Finland, and Finland is leading that? Well, it's not about Turku anymore. You want to talk about this from the national perspective, so more wider perspective. So, how can we now use this opportunity? Well, all Finnish stakeholders are very active in implementation of the strategy, have been throughout the whole strategy period. And that is good news, that now we sort of now carry out the secretary work from Finland, at least to 50% of the secretary's work is carried out here. The strategy itself, what does it mean for Finns and Finland? It has indirect impact because it does enhance and steer to cooperate us towards a common goal. And many of the themes would be anyway sort of worked here, no matter if the strategy was there or not. But now we're able to do coordination, and we're all striving towards the same goal. We work on the same questions, and as that Secretariat works in Finland, that is also a great way to see that our priorities are met, although Secretariat is a neutral activity point, but said all the 8 member states are involved, and that we are neutral in taking these perspectives forward. Yes, and the 8 member states have national coordinators, and there is a group for them. They have consensus approach when decision making. So, of course, there's a lot to do in order to reach a consensus, but in order to do decision making, these are always joint decisions and thus joint promotion and implementation, always going to the same direction at different levels. Yes, great. Let's now move on. Let's go to the practical level now. And we have here policy area SAFE. Now let's talk about that. And Valtteri will now get this one. So red forward to red backwards. If you want to change the slides, then I think we have your slides on. So go ahead, please. Explain to us, what is your work? What do you do? And what is the link between that and the strategy itself? Thank you. Can you see my slides? Okay, yes, we can. Great. Great afternoon to all of you on my behalf. The topic of the presentation is EU Baltic Sea strategy and policy areas related to the marine, so seafaring. Let's see this in detail. As Henry Gord said in his presentation, the Baltic strategy also covers seafaring, faring and marine, and relates to safety and environmental questions. Also, IMO, the International Maritime Organization, also has these 2 topics as their priority. If we further have a look at the safety PA, so PA safe in Finnish as well, the main objective is to make the Baltic Sea the most safe sea area of the world and set the example for others. And one could say that everything we do really is related to safety and managing the risks at seafaring, and all vessels are safely around the seas of the world, and we will not face a situation where there is a disaster on a vessel. We also carry out different measures in order to promote things. Some are related to preventing sea accidents, maritime accidents. Could be that we have information on the maritime routes more in detail, developing communication between vessels or other things in order to prevent any accidents at sea. But occasionally, if there are accidents, then the other side of the safety is about to follow up and minimizing the consequences of any accidents, like prevention of oil leaks and maritime rescue action. So this is the framework for us. And what about the practical work? What do we do? I think this was already mentioned by others. So we want to keep up this political dialogue relating to maritime safety. We want to have together all decision makers and stakeholders to discuss these common problems in order to find solutions together. And one of the main tools are projects. So with the help of projects, we want to get new knowledge to support decision making. And once the decisions are made, in that case, of course, we want to find the ways to implement those decisions in practice. For instance, we focus a lot on creating networks, sharing information between the different stakeholders. And others have already mentioned this, that for each and every policy area, we have coordinators. So PA Safe coordinator, I am the coordinator, but I have colleagues in Sweden, also in Tingström. And we used to also work with Danes, but today's PA Safe colleague is the Sjöfartsverket in Sweden, so the Maritime Agency of Sweden. And as for funding, so we do first the administrative work as a coordinator, and we organize different meetings like the steering committee that was mentioned. We organize their meetings, but we also help other projects, new projects that are launched to find new partners, to find funding. And in addition to this, we have some PR actions. So we, of course, explain different events what we do. And then funding was mentioned also by others here. So the funding mainly has a source in Interreg Baltic Sea, a regional program, and also national funding is provided to us. Henrik already mentioned PA action plan. So every policy area has a defined priorities by the European Commission. Of course, it has been done together with stakeholders of the industry and the area. And in PA Safe, we have 4 priorities. First is the safe navigation conditions that are met. And this is about navigational routes and data information. We know how much there's water under the keel of any vessel at certain routes, so that every piece of information data is reliable, and we can build applications on that data when we make sure that we have viable data in the first place. And then the future needs, development of wintertime marine and seafaring aspects. We need to have, of course, ice-breaking capacity in place. We can use artificial intelligence in order to find effective use of capacity. And then automation and digitalization. And this point is something where we have seen a lot of activities currently going on. So automation and digitalization has a huge amount of potential in order to improve safety in marine area. Like algorithms can help to the vessels to avoid any collisions, and we can have preventive work that has been already used by aviation sector. So we can now have the same type of planning taking place in marine sector. And then, of course, preparing ourselves for any accidents at sea and any security or safety threats. And we also have the Finnish Border Guard involved in this. And PA Safe now launched the activities in 2009. And throughout the years, we have now achieved and finished 18 projects. And now we have currently 3 projects underway. And in the new financial programs by EU, there are now new openings so that we can apply for new project funding. So the situation looks good for us. And Dive Smart in the picture is one example of a project. And because of the results, now divers today are able to have or help 4 times more people out from a sinking ship before the project was there, because now they are to be able to develop all equipment and things in the project in question. So I personally see that whatever we are doing bears great significance for safety in seas. And that was for PA Safe, but now moving over to the environmental policy, so PA Ship. And here, the objective is to promote sustainable seafaring and at the same time get profitable business from it. So there is a potential of business here, because shipping currently has emissions, and you can categorize them into 3 categories. You have physical impacts on the environment, such as erosion. And if you take the ferry from Turku to Stockholm, you've seen the straits where there is sort of a waves on the seashore from the ship. And that's an example of physical impact, erosion. But shipping also causes different other emissions to the water. There are discharges to water, such as oil spills, whether they, of course, are accidents or not, but then also wastewaters from tanks, from ships, and then air emissions. And I think this is the biggest topic of discussion currently, in particular greenhouse gas emissions, how we could really have more pure emissions. And PA Ship is focusing on these points. And this policy area was launched as well in 2009, originally coordinated by Denmark, but at the beginning of this year, this is coordinated by Finland and Traficom. And I have now been involved myself until the end of this month, but early September, my new colleague, Milla Harju. Milla is here, so she will be taking over this task. So she has the main responsibility. So welcome, Milla. I'm happy that you are joining us. And Traficom has its own motivation as well, whereas with PA Safe and now getting PA Ship here. And we, as the agency, want to make sure that this will help us in regulating international seafaring. And the core part of all this is the International Maritime Organization, IMO, where you have global regulations in place, but then you have EU regulations and so-called soft load, which is HELCOM and Arctic Council as well. So for these two latter ones, one could say that HELCOM Arctic Council, the situation today is very difficult because of the Russian-Ukraine invasion. So they can't really, at the moment, take things forward because of the situation. And then the action plan that I mentioned has priorities for PA Ship as well. And the first priority is to reduce emissions in seafaring and developing digitalization as well. European Green Deal implementation is part of this. And therefore, we think about renewable energy sources like hydrogen, ammonium, and how to transform them into good solutions in seafaring as well in the future. And then environmental impact, research to be supported. We want to have more research to see what are the impacts of the maritime sector to the environment so that we can be effective here. And the third point is the services, inland services, but infrastructure as well. If you have hydrogen, you need to have also infrastructural solutions on land in order to make sure that the fuel is safely onboarded to the vessels. And also ground electricity in harbors and waste management, how they receive waste in the land services and so forth. And PA Safe and PA Ship both have throughout years implemented several projects. We have been very successful here, like Trafi and Traficom has been involved in these projects called Complete, Component, Eco-Prodigy, and Milla was as well head of the project, weren't you, in Eco-Prodigy? Yeah, she was. But we also have new projects underway currently with the financial program, like Baltic Sea Clean Coast and Baltic Light Ports as well. So new things, new projects going on there, which is good news. Furthermore, here we have a list of points under further development, which is related to both PA, so Safe and Ship. One thing is that we want to produce and get research data and use that to get support that for decision making, and of course using that data and implement that into practice. Increasing cooperation within the PAs, but between the PAs as well. I mean, think of macro strategy areas as well. So that is one point that, of course, we want to have in both PAs. And Henrik referred to earlier to action plans and the rules of procedure documents, so that we need to implement everything into our work so that it makes sense. And this is what we have been doing this spring as well. And I would say that we are doing things and we have made progress. Well, as we are in Turku, I will conclude my presentation with the quotation from President Mauno Koivisto. Sometimes it's wise, so sometimes think, does this really help others? Because the news are so harsh as they are today, but we have to rely on things. We have to trust that what we do has a meaning and that we can change things to better. Thank you very much. Thank you, Valtteri.
Joo, tosiaan tässä...
Great. And if the audience now has any questions, raise your hand, please, and you will be given a microphone. Right. There's a microphone here. Good. So, please raise your hand if you want to ask something, and you can ask questions. All the speakers are here for that. And Valtteri, you gave us great concrete examples of what does this mean from the perspective of the two policy areas. In your last slide, I think you referred to the points to be further developed and what is the future direction. So do you, in your own work, or have you seen something there that there is perhaps not cooperation between the two PEAs there, ship and safe, but what about collaboration with other policy areas? Is this totally new thing, or do you already have experience of such collaboration? We actually have with the PA transport, so different forms and solutions of transport. Yes, we have so far had some initial plans in place for common projects that will go across different policy areas. So yes, but that is focusing on the logistics of marine sector, how does it make financially sense, and then we could make sure together that it is promoting safety and takes into account the environmental aspects as well, so that we can create a great concept first with, yes, business case, but at the same time it is safe, and the 55 package is being promoted and Green Deal objectives are being promoted. So yes, initiatives have taken place, and we also have some initial plans with other macro strategies as well, so that what Henrik referred to earlier. So yes, like yes, air, which is in the Adrian Sea area. So they are interested in having sort of a port operations development together with us. So yes, even though our operations focus on the Baltic Sea area, many of the concepts are such that they can work in Singapore. So it's not geolocation related always. Oh, that's a good point, yes, that you brought up. Yes, we do things around the Baltic Sea, yes, and the cooperation is here, but the modus operandi is something that can be also used elsewhere. That, I would say, is something that has been increased between the policy areas, but those who have been doing some support measures here, we have seen that we do have cooperation with other macro strategies. So European level cooperation, yes, is on my desk as well, and has been multiple times. And earlier, somebody said IMO and EU level, but if we'll talk about research, of course we can have research input papers with IMO, and so spread information globally or within the EU. So have a scope here as well. Exactly. In your presentation, you brought up that you have colleagues in Sweden, and the point is that the eight or member states can decide in which policy areas they want to be involved. You don't have to be involved in each and every PA. So Juhani, do you remember actually more or less about Finland? How is Finland being represented in the 14 PAs? Right. Oh, that's a difficult question. I think, Henrik, you might have a cheat list. I don't have any lists. No, it's fine. You know, active, non-active. Any idea on that? No numbers needed. Right. So Finland, I would say, is the most active country. If we measure that in how many positions we are involved, how actively we are taking things up in the steering groups of the PAs, and how well we are able to just, make progress. So I would say Finland is definitely, if not number one, number two, or share position, top position there. Well, I actually knew the answer. I just wanted to hear it from you, because it's nice to conclude this session with that and to say aloud that Finland is very active at multiple levels in the Baltic Sea strategy related questions. And as we're launching the new activities, I hope we inspire other stakeholders, other groups to get involved even more than before. And hopefully, with our own work, we can create further opportunities to get, this word which is rumored, newcomers. It's always about that. But we want to get new people, new thought, new perspectives. Therefore, it is always welcome, no matter where you work, but also in the Baltic Sea strategy of the EU. Thank you, everyone here on the stage, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And if there's anything, just approach us, and we will definitely talk with you more in detail. Thank you very much.
Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mikael Lindfeldt. I'm rector at Åbo Academy University. You are mostly welcome to this event. We will talk about universities, European universities, alliances, and the future of the universities, and the need for universities in a new role in contemporary society. In the Commission strategy for European universities, the first sentence goes like this: today, our society needs more than ever the contribution of its universities. More than ever, we need our universities. This is what we are going to talk about in this session. Why do we need our universities from now on, and what is the real need? What are the challenges? Why do we need more and more to cooperate within the EU, seeking together goals, seeking the problems we need to solve together? So we have an interesting panel here today. Let's start with Jenna. Jenna, who are you? In some short sentences, please welcome. Who are you?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jenna Rautiannaho. I'm executive board member of the National Union of University Students in Finland, and I'm responsible for international affairs. I'm also a student in Turku University.
And you're really keen on this topic, right?
Absolutely.
That's a good one. And on the panel we have two Jukka as well. The first Jukka here to my left.
Thank you. I'm Jukka Heikkilä, officially JUPS, and I'm the chairman of the Finnish Union of University Professors, which is part of the Higher Education and Research Standing Committee of ETUSE, which actually represents about 11 million professionals in education and research in Europe, and about 30 million in the world in
and
education.
You know them all by name.
Yes. That's why
brilliant.
I'm here to represent also their views. So they are my backrest.
This is a brilliant panel. Birgitta, please, who are you?
Good afternoon. Birgitta Vuorinen, and I come from London. I started there in January, so I work for the Embassy of Finland. And before that, I used to work for the Ministry of Education and Culture, at the Ministry of Education and Culture for 25 or 26 years. And since 2000 with the higher education issues. So this is my favorite theme. Thank you for inviting me.
It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome, Birgitta. And the other Jukka.
Good afternoon. I'm Jukka Kola, rector of the University of Turku.
No. Are you happy with that?
Yes, you are.
No, you must tell us a little bit more.
No, well, I will tell later when we are talking about business.
Then I add, Jukka is also the chair for Rectors' Council of the Finnish Universities.
That's true. That's
He's also speaking with all the universities' voice here today.
Oh, sort of.
And on the panel, on the stage here, lastly, we have Radka Mildova. Please, who are you?
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me here for this panel discussion. I'm Radka Mildova. I'm Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Research at the Czech Republic. And also, in one person, I'm Professor of Education at Charles University in Prague. In the previous 2 rounds, I was Vice Rector for Strategy of Study Programs and for the quality assurance of the study at the Charles University. And in previous 2 rounds, I was the Dean of the Faculty of Education as a First Lady in the Czech Republic. But this is something very special in the Czech Republic, not here, of course. And I'm very thankful to be here, and I very appreciate my colleague here. And tomorrow I am invited to meet the university here. And this morning I had a wonderful talk at the Minister of Education here in Helsinki, in Finland. So thank you very much, and I'm very looking forward for this discussion today.
Welcome, Radka. It's a pleasure having you here. And finally on the board, and now I really depending on the techniques to fill out everything that's missing. Finally, Professor Rector Juan Gardia Almos from the University of Barcelona. Juan, how are you today? And this is the part when I'm really nervous.
No, that's no reason.
Now can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for this invitation. It's a real honor for me to be part of this event. I'm simply the rector of the University of Barcelona, and during my free time, I am professor of neuroscience, of computational neuroscience in the Faculty of Psychology.
Thank you, Juan. It's very good to have you here. It's especially, I'm really proud of having you on board on this panel because Oberkarim University is in the same university alliances as Barcelona University, and that's why I know Juan. Now I can say very well we are good buddies nowadays. So at this moment we will continue with Juan giving us an introduction to the team. Why is the University Alliance important? Why is the European strategy for the universities so important today? Juan, please, the stage is yours. 20 minutes on introduction, and then we start to discuss in the panel. The stage is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Now we hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I tried to say you that thank you very much for this invitation. For us, it's very important to have the possibility to discuss the impact and the objective of the European alliances with a very important panel like this, and to identify some challenges and opportunities to develop this big project in terms of Europe. So I tried to present some ideas, some general ideas in relation to the European alliances, in order to highlight some, in my opinion, crucial ideas and aspects of the European university strategy derived from the European Commission in the last 4 or 5 years. So my presentation is simply organized in 5 points, in 5 brief points, following the events connected with the development of the European project in relation to the European alliances. So I want to talk some ideas in relation to the actual status of the project, and to discuss some elements derived also of the last documents of the European Union in relation to the European strategy involving the universities. I want to show some results of the last call of the Horizon 2020 in relation to the European alliances, and also to analyze the impact and the objectives of this strategy using, as Miguel said, using our alliance as example, and to identify also which is the impact in the community, in the university communities. So this big project, this important project, have also an impact in the daily life of our students, staff, personal staff, academic staff, and government. So in relation to the first point, the university's initiative, the idea appears from a proposition of President Macron 6 years ago in relation to the build a network of universities designing some specific projects. In this presentation, you have a very brief video that it's a brief resume, it's a brief summary of the great ideas, the important ideas in relation to the European alliances. You can see when you have the opportunity, but it's simply a simple summary of the big concepts of the specific and important elements of the university strategy. So the most important thing in this moment is that the impact in terms of data of our alliances. And as a result of the last call, in this moment, we have 41 alliances, European alliances, working together and involving more than 280 universities directly focused in 41 projects. We will see more later some other data in relation to the strategy of the European Commission in order to improve the impact and intensity and quantity of these projects around the European University Alliance. Some elements of the project. Just a minute. Okay. Some aspects connected with the original idea of the European Commission is that generate a network of universities in Europe to identify another framework of collaborative work between universities. The first idea of the European Parliament was to identify 3 points, three specific points around the idea. The first point was to define the educational European area. According with the similar concept in research, now the European Commission is working defining the European research area. So in the first moment, the European Union defined the European educational area. So this concept tried to incorporate all the universities and research centers in a unique scenario. So defining this moment 3 specific points, 3 important points to elaborate this idea. The first point was that this is a project to define in long-term commitment. It's impossible to build a new reality in the universities' works in 2 or 3 years. The idea of the European Commission is to define in the next 10, 20 years a new strategy, a new framework for the European strategy in universities. The concept of European university is a long-term objective. The second is the idea to all the projects connected with the European universities must be focused in several topics. It's mandatory that all the projects connected with European alliances must be connected with some specific topics. First, sustainability development. 2, Green Deal. These 2 elements are common in all the European alliances. At the same time, all the projects that must be also involved in a transdisciplinarity approaches to the university activities. At the same time, identify the necessity to accelerate the idea of a unique Europe, the idea of European citizens. So if you analyze the last results of the situation of the systems of research and innovation in the world, you can see that Europe needs to improve urgently the impact of the research and innovation in comparison with the USA result or in comparison with some systems in China and the Asiatic countries. So it's important that to identify that the necessity to create more European culture through the European alliances. And as a result of this conception, improve also our competitive function in comparison alliances with USA results or some Asian context, and specifically some new networks in China that have very, very interesting results. The difficulty appears when this whole idea connected with a new idea of Europe must be simultaneous without local impact. The strategy of Europe implies that also that our influence in our territory must be relevant, it must be increased as a derivative of the European alliances work. This is very complicated challenges, but it's a definition that the Commission gives us some recommendation to be available these challenges. In fact, the European Commission detects some ideas that all the European alliances must be also involved in the projects. For instance, Europe talk about a common system of research and innovation. Each state member must be dedicate all the resources, also the university and research center, to become reality a unique network in Europe of research and innovation. The second is the necessity to involve in all the projects the human capital according with one earlier stage in Europe. So the mobility is not also a concept connected with some specific activity in a degree or a post-degree or a master or doctorate. The idea of the European Commission is that Europe becomes an unique space where, as a coordinate between the universities and research centers, can together work. The three is the same idea in the research infrastructures, to improve it and develop with more intensity and to identify a unique research infrastructure system in Europe. Finally, the idea of open science is obvious. All the university system you run, it's working now in this idea, and also the mandatory topic, the idea of Green Deal again. But the last concept that the European Commission gives us as a mandatory strategy is the necessity to identify how to collaborate with the other alliances. So the actual 41 alliances must be connected between us. In fact, we are talking about a specific network of universities, for instance, in CharmU, but CharmU is also an element of the more intensive network defined in Europe with the rest of the alliances. So it's a network of networks. And again, concept is designed with the objective to become more intense, more deeply connected, all these universities and research centers in Europe. For do that, European Parliament defined some concepts in a document in July of this year, and to intensify some specific concepts in relation to the European alliances. In this presentation, there are the links that you can read. The document is so intense, it's so interesting, It's very hard, but it's very necessary to study it with attention to identify the objective of the European Commission. I want to highlight some specific aspects of this document to present to you, in my opinion, the principal ideas that define this concept of European alliances. Very brief. We are talking about the future of universities in Europe. Michael, in his presentation, said about this concept, the future. So the document is talking about the future of the universities in Europe. Also, they find a very intense declaration in putting value the necessity of the work together, considering Europe as a whole, not each state member. European Commission wants to define Europe as a unique space, working in terms of teaching and research and innovation and services. Define also the necessity to work together. It's impossible that the final objective of the European alliances can reach without the collaboration between institutions. Also demands us, also to the governments, but demands us to mobilize all the instruments, all the resources, all the possibility to become a network of networks. This coordination of efforts, this coordination of strategy, it's very difficult in this moment. So the legal regulations in each member, in each state member, is a barrier, very hard, in order to facilitate the collaboration between several identities, several sensibilities, several ways to interpret the academic realities. But it's mandatory in the construction, in the building of the European alliance, is the idea of collaborate together to define a unique European system. At the same time, which is the specific point in our last call, it's a simple way to analyze which is the actual dimension of the European alliances of the European University, seeing the content of the last call in relation to the European alliances. So, very briefly also, this last call includes two big topics, two specific topics. The first one is to develop the prior transnational projects, and the second topic is connected with the presentation of new deep transnational institutional projects. So a part dedicated to the following of the projects, a new part dedicated to the new projects. One of the problems, the serious problem of the actual conception of the European alliances is that the founding, the results to be reality, these projects is derived from a competitive position. So this is a problem. So there are many projects out of the financial support. In our opinion, we were talking with the commissioner. We demand to Europe the possibility that the financial support to these initiatives must be systematic and structural. It's excessively fragile to build and structure a complexity of universities working together only based in competitive funding. So this is a problem that we are talking all the alliances working with the European Commission, but our objective is in the next 2-3 years, we can to obtain some alliances, structural and systematic funding to facilitate the work of the several of the different projects connected with the European alliances. So the results of this last call are very interesting also. There are 21 new projects, new applications in the topic 1 with financial support, and 31 involved in the topic number 2 with new projects. So as a consequence of these results, we are working now 52 European alliances working together simultaneously. And the main objective of the European Commission is to arrive to the 60 European universities, European alliances between universities in the next 2 years. This call, you can also obtain the text, the complete text here, but it's important to highlight some aspect of the call. Again, so our key ideas that define which is the objective, the general intention, the general sense of the European alliances. And the call involves also the same aspects that I want to repeat now, but I think that these are very key concepts in the European construction. Again, education, research, innovation, and services, 4 missions of the universities according with the European Union strategy. Again, to preserve, to respect the university diversity in Europe. To work together is not the same that to lost our characteristics, our properties, our way to interpret the world. So all the alliances must respect, must protect the university diversity in Europe. Also transnational works. However, always, all the projects must be connected with a transnational vision, with a transnational approach, and also a project with long-term commitment, and finally to respect again the sustainability as a common point in this moment of the construction of the new reality in Europe. So finally, to show you which kind of activities define the European Commission as a good activities, preferred activities connected with alliances. It's very complex to analyze one by one, but I want to highlight just one. This. The intention of the European Commission for each alliance, in this moment is that each alliance, each network, the universities must act as a role. We are the responsibility to create the conditions that the rest of the universities, as a slowly way, must be part of this network. And also, the European Community defined which is the impact expected for the different projects and the different alliances. But also, they are very complex and analyzed one by one, but I want to also highlight one, the last. So I think that is very interesting. But the alliances must be the catalyst to generate new instruments to define a new university in Europe. When I'm talking about new university, I am talking also about government, about financial mechanisms, and textually, European Parliament talk about legal frameworks, a new legal reality of the work between universities. So an example, it's CharmU, our project. And I use this example. So all the alliances are very similar in this aspect, which is the impact expected for the universities involved in an alliance. And I use the CharmU as a simple example. This is the new project CharmU, Charm 8, for the next 4+2 years, for the next 2 years. It's an honor to be the coordinator of this excellent list of partners. It's a real honor for us. And the impact in the short term, the impact expected for the CharmU Alliance must be summarized according to these 4 points. One, improve the dissemination internal. Our community must know with more detail which is CharmU, which are the alliances. 2, an internal and external increasing of the activities. In our case, defined all our faculties and 50% of the students of mobility. That is an objective. The idea is to increase the internal and external activities. 3, to maintain the idea of bottom-up initiatives to increase, to improve our presence and networks of academic research and academic work. And finally, to identify challenges and opportunities to improve the concept of innovation in Europe. In a more deeply way of 4 years working together in CharmU is that the impact arrives at all the scenarios of the university. In general level, institutional level, the rector of the University of Barcelona needs to work with the rest of the rectors to define objective, financial support, strategies, ideas, concepts, etc., etc. So part of the government of the University of Barcelona is connected with the rest of the universities. For instance, we need to analyze which is the model of governance in Europe, including a diversity of universities with different culture, but one model of government. Second, in the faculty levels, the majority of activities of our faculties have now more international dimension than ever. 3, obviously, our academic staff has improved your connection with the networks of work in research and teaching. Our students have more possibilities to mobilize and to participate in several projects around the European alliance, not only with our alliance. And finally, our professional staff is also involved in the characteristics and the properties of the objective of the CharmU. But I insist, this kind of impacts are very similar to the rest of the alliance. But so this is a consequence of the unique framework where all the European alliances are working together. Probably you are in front of the more intense revolution of the role of the universities in Europe. In the next 10, 20 years, we can assist to the deeply modification of the structure of the universities in Europe. So we have now the possibility to design another reality for the young people. And it's our responsibility to jointly this challenge, this gap, to create a new reality for Europe. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much for your payment attention. It's a real honor to have the opportunity to participate in this event. And according with the spirit of the European alliances, thank you very much in the diverse language of our alliances. And also I finish with thanks in my language. Moltes gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Juan, very much, so much for the introduction. Time is running up. You have now heard a vision on the European level for the universities and exemplified with the Charm EU the path for the next 4 to 8 years. Rector Jukka Kola, your response, your comments on this future vision of the European universities. How would you start?
Thank you, and thank you, Rector Johan. That was good presentation, very in detail, so we now understand easily that this is not very clear at all. It's sort of complicated, but it's a good start. And for the vision, yes, this provides the chances for us to do things in a different ways when the European Union also now funds education side, because it has been this far for the universities, the research side, the Horizon programs, framework programs. Now it comes to the education side too, although now also Horizon is a little bit involved there with this kind of, let's say, that kind of initiative funding to create research projects, not for research funding as such. So yes, there are good ideas developed already, and we can see that actually the major benefit is coming quite clearly for students. And that's great, actually. That, of course, Erasmus programs have been the benefit for the students and also staff exchange. But then, indeed, that looking at the chances for students to find new universities, or maybe the old universities with which we have already collaborated, but really providing the chances in like these common master's programs within one alliance. So that's like our EC2U of the University of Turku and 6 other universities has. So these are that kind of good chances, interesting opening, very quick development after President Emmanuel Macron provided that idea. Then it took very short time. Usually it takes much longer time in the European Union, but now it was quick and good start. But there's a lot to develop, and we may come back to those issues.
Right. Let's hear a student voice. Jukka was mentioning that this is really good for the students. Jenna, how do you feel about the vision and the challenge that Jukka put forward here?
Thank you, and thank you for the opening speech, and thank you for Mr. Kola for those first words. Of course, this is the great opportunity for all of the students to actually increase the international cooperation, have more opportunities to do mobility periods, because right now, outgoing exchange numbers has been going down and down, and the corona pandemic hasn't helped it at all. So it's great that we are actually developing new ways to have international experiences, go different universities, learn from each other. But on the other hand, I have to say, as a student, I'm really concerned about a few things and the future development. And first of all, I'm really worried about student representation, because in Finland we have really institutionalized a system. We have clear structures. We have student union council elections, we have student union councils, student unions, and every student representative is elected democratically. And right now, with the new alliances, I have heard that not all students are elected as the same way. And even not all the alliances are offering the opportunities for students to speak up and tell our vision and be part of the planning and actually making those decisions and how we can shape these alliances so also the students can benefit as much as possible. And I have also heard of stories like we gather student representatives together and send them to the boat ride at the same time when the rectors or some other people are making decisions. And I see that it's a great problem that we actually need to solve.
Great, thank you. Radka, your comments on the presentation and the vision for the European universities from your perspective.
For giving me the floor. So, as you know, the Czech Republic is now the president or the head of the Council of Czech Republic, Council of the European countries in the Commission, European Commission. I'm sorry to say it not directly, but sorry for that. Well, but also one of our very big topic is the platform of European alliances. So we were at Charles University, we were in the Alliance for EU Plus in the first call, and we developed, I think, very stable platform for cooperation among 6 universities. And now we were again successful in the second call, so we will develop the more opportunities for students, because as you said, this is a very big advantage for a student, but also what I feel it is very big advantage for as the academic, as the researchers, because we do a lot of together with the partner institution, and as you said, it works during the COVID, yes, but it works all the time, so that's perfect. And I think if the situation, if the process is coming bottom up, you should be feeling that it will be stable, it will work for the future, and it will develop together with the power all the people around and with their emotion, with their knowledge and with their responsibility for the future. And what we do under the umbrella of our Czech presidency, we also are very much interested about the micro-credential, which is a potential to cooperate and let the students study at different universities around the European education area. Also, we are working very much, and we will prepare the document on the Bologna process and recognition of following Bologna process and recognition to make much easier recognition of a previous degree, automatically way for the bachelor and master degree. So this is, and secondary school as well. So this is also what we will do. And the last, my point is, the first call was bottom up to prepare alliances, start to work, give them the sense, find the advantages and work with disadvantages. But what I feel now, there is another announcement. This is the announcement and challenge to cooperate among the alliances, which is very important. So we are not separately one alliances, but the field now, and we did a progress in this cooperation together. So this is very important. Mm-hmm. And finally, I will tell you about 2 initiatives, events we are doing during the presidency, which is the international conference on the European education, CEDUCON, and then we will do the meeting of directors general in November in the Czech Republic, in Prague. And what is important according to the topic here is the 1st and 2nd December, this is European Alliances Forum. So most are you welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radka. Birgitta, 10 years ago, when you were working at the Ministry of Education, and you looked ahead at the future, the 2020s, and as Jukka said, this development has been very rapid, from Macron's idea, more spontaneously, I don't know, but in a few years' time, we have a new direction for the European universities. From your point of view, is this what you dreamed about all your life?
That's something I have been dreaming about, and I had the honor to participate the ad hoc group which actually molded or designed the pilots that are now running. And I still believe in the European universities' alliances, and I said in the beginning that I used to work for the Ministry of Education and Culture, so I went there every morning. Now I have my other foot in the UK, so I also watch this development from the British point of view, so from the British universities' point of view. And We just heard about the kind of ambitious aim of the initiative, so that by 2024 there would be 60 different alliances working. And what I imagine, or what I would like to see, is actually more universities participating and more alliances. So what I would like to see in the future is that each and every university in Europe would have the tools and the possibilities to develop and to build these alliances, not only 44 like today or 60 by 2024, but that we as government representatives and higher education community with stakeholders together develop a model that can benefit all students in Europe, all universities in Europe. And remembering that there are countries also outside European Union, and we would probably want to collaborate with those countries as well.
Thank you. Jukka Heikkilä, you have a different perspective here, yes, representing the professors, yes, not the students. What's the good thing for you in this development?
The good thing is that it keeps us going, like the Erasmus Plus programs and the EU research programs and so on. But to be honest, there are a lot of things to be aware of, even a bit cautious or concerned. Let me start. The first thing is that how does this help achieving the quality of teaching? First question. Quality of teaching is just the quality of the production. How does this improve the quality of learning, which is the thing that you will bring to the labor market and so on in the future? And finally, what does this have to do with the quality of research? Will it improve the quality of research? The professors are very concerned of these topics, not on the topics that we should cooperate. We cooperate already. I won't stop my cooperation with my German or British or Chinese colleagues. So I'm also a professor and do this kind of stuff. So this is something that it should be backward compatible with the existing Bologna process, things that we have created, and it should also be able to create more inclusive collegial democracy, with I mean that the employees have a say in which direction we are heading. This didn't sound like that. The other thing that it should also improve the democracy, like you said, that, hey, we are the whole collective of the university people here, and we are also engaging with the surrounding society. Will this help in that? These are my big concerns, which are easy to solve by increasing the autonomy of universities in joining these kind of networks. Definitely we need more money because, especially in Finland, we are just getting back on the track. That's one thing. Autonomy, democracy, inclusiveness, and being part of the society. Will this help in that, or is it just creating more bureaucracy, more need for coordination, and yet another layer of administration? These are my concerns.
Thank you.
These are also the concerns of the Etushe, by the way.
Thank you, Jukka. It was really ahead of my thinking, because my next round of questions would be about the risks and the challenges here, because universities are a competitive units. We are competitive.
Yes.
And now we are supposed to collaborate and do things together and joint and more alliances should work together. What are the risks? How do you respond to Jukka's more critical comments here? Juan, would you like to have a short comment on the critical part? How is this doing things better?
Because we are supposed to do the thing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I am hearing with attention different information, but it's very difficult, but I know I have no answer to all the questions, but I think think that I prefer a future with collaborating with the Western universities than a competitive framework. I think that the idea of European alliances is not a problem to define our system, identifying our characteristics, our way to interpret the university reality. The European alliances is not a risk, specific risk in relation to the democratic participation or the involving our community in the strategic decisions. Work together, not implying, in my opinion, to lost autonomy or to lost some capacity to identify challenges and opportunities. So our experience in the last 4 or 5 years working with the rest of partners is not a loss of autonomy or a loss of democracy, internal democracy. But I think that Jukka has mentioned a very important thing. The idea of European collaboration framework must be defined respecting the key idea of the quality of teaching, the quality of an evaluation of learning, and especially the impact of the quality of research. In my opinion, the idea, very complex, is how we can to generate the idea of European alliances and the European framework, not using the same way to generate university that so far can be so far of the representative government to the democratic decision processes with the real impact of our territory and our research. So the new university must be improved also the autonomy, democratic systems in the critical decisions, and assure the quality of teaching, the quality and evaluation of learning, and the quality and impact of the research. See, I want to believe that the idea of European alliances must be a catalyst of a new system of accountability, specifically from a public point of view. I'm not agreeing, according with the European alliances, as a risk or as a limitation for our work as a university. I want to define this opportunity to improve some aspects of our activity. But I agree with Jukka.
Okay, let's hear some other comments here. Radka has raised her hand.
Okay, so yeah, there are the limits, of course. There are the positive and negative. You said the bureaucracy. We were very much afraid about bureaucracy because we were in the first call. We didn't have any experiences with so close partner institution because at one moment was the idea that we are losing identity as a Charles University and we are becoming university of the other 5 universities. Well, but you have to find out your way. What is the profit for your university? You have your strategic plan for development quality in your research. You have your strategic plan improving the teaching method and quality assurance of all the processes you are doing. And you have to keep that. But you are looking what is the advantage from this cooperation with the partners institution. You must have your idea, you keep your university, but on the other hand, you are looking for the profit from this cooperation. And this is how we work. And that's maybe the reason we were successful during the second call. And the bureaucracy, it was a really main problem at the beginning, I must say. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Rector Jukka Kola.
Thank you. I started when the first question that taken the more positive point of view, but then Jups stole all the critical comments, not all actually. And like Birgitta may know that sometimes I have been quite critical for these alliances a couple of years ago. Okay, but one worrying thing is really about that now Europe seems to be turning inwards as we should be going outwards. And whether collaboration within Europe or European Union will, let's say, improve the situation of the European Union and its countries in terms of competitiveness and in terms of well-being of its citizens, it's not clear. And one word there's repeated many times, transnational collaboration, improving it all. Well, where is transatlantic collaboration? Where is transcontinental collaboration? And Birgitta mentioned also there are other continents, there are other countries, and it's visible. Actually, UK is not anymore European Union. There happens to be that kind of thing too, and it's changing this picture. So it's one part. Another worrying that kind of major level thing is this new European strategy for universities. Well, it's about 20 pages. How many words research you can find in that new strategy for universities? Well, we are researching, we are teaching. And it's a little bit a problem of the European Union bureaucracy or administration or the policies as such. But okay, we may improve these things. We may, well, let's say, put away these problems. But we have to understand that this kind of turning inwards, and also there's the new strategy of the autonomous Europe, which sounds nice, but it means that we are trying to do everything in Europe. It's not functioning that way. We are losing competitiveness. We are losing the well-being, improving the well-being of people. But these are at the wider level. It's about policies, and it's a bit about politics too. But then these are things that they are truly worrying. When we are looking for self-sufficiency, resilience, sustainability in terms of certain number of countries, it may actually help. This is sort of a serious question, but we can solve these things when we find better ways to think it in a more broad ways, not in a more narrow ways. Okay, is it enough?
Yes, Birgitta.
I think that the added value of European Universities initiative and the alliances is very clear. So enhancing mobility, deepening collaboration in the area of higher education, science and innovation. So I think that that's clear. But when we come to the kind of how we do it, so how do we reach these aims and these objectives? So then I think that we have to be very careful not building too kind of limiting structures, not too much bureaucracy. And we have to remember, you mentioned funding, that also the funds of the European Union are limited. And we have to kind of every time renegotiate that how much money comes to the Erasmus program and Horizon program, etc. So I'll come back to my first intervention, which was that in that sense, I think that we ought to kind of pay more attention to the ways that we can enhance collaboration in all our higher education institutions. We have a good example from the Bologna process. So there in intergovernmental collaboration, we have discussed and reached some common agreements or the kind of way forward, and then it's up to each and every member states to then decide that how do we actually nationally work towards those goals. And I think that here again we should try to rethink that are we developing too difficult structures for this valuable, invaluable collaboration.
Right. Jenna, you have the final word now. You can respond to the critical comments or you can bring out whatever you want. Our time is up, but you had the stage for the last time.
Thank you, and thank you for all the valuable points mentioned previously. Of course, we have to keep in mind that all the international cooperation and more diverse ways to do that collaboration is always good, because we have students who are in the different positions, we have academic persons who have different lifestyles, so if we can have more diverse possibilities to do international stuff, it's always positive way, because internationalization should be a possibility to everyone who's interested in. But of course we want to keep also the education as accessible as possible. And right now when we are doing really quick new collaborations, starting new master degrees, and we have different kind of legislations, for example, concerning tuition fees. And the baseline of Finnish universities is that the university education is free for everyone, despite your background. And that's what we have to keep in mind, that when we are building the collaboration, it doesn't mean that we are building new programs that are accessible only persons who have money from family or are just wealthy. And we have to keep in mind how we can keep everyone in the process, so everyone can have that opportunity to go abroad, do the international degree, and have all the possibility despite your background.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, Juan in Barcelona, Radka from Prague, Jukka from Turku, Helsinki, whatever, Birgitta London, Jukka from Turku, and Jenna from Helsinki maybe. Thank you all for this interesting discussion. We could go for an hour, but it feels like now we just started. This is a vision, this is a way forward, and it's absolutely about more discussions, more sorting out the risks, the problems, and the possibilities, the way of how do the internationalization part bring us to a better quality in research, in education, in mobility, in partnerships, and building peace. That's also about that. Thank you for this session. Thank you for joining. Thank you.